Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Harness Tube. This is Steve Surratt, David Brink, Lisa Surratt on the camera for you today on Harness Tube. We're in Decatur, Illinois for day 2 of harness racing here at the Macon County Fair. We're glad that you could be on board with us today and be a part of the broadcast. We just are going to give our sponsors a little something here, and we'll probably do some mic testing while that's going on. So thanks for watching today. We'll be back with some pre-race stuff with David Brink, and we'll discuss what's going on with harness racing.
Midwest Harness Report has been a strong advocate and comprehensive source for harness racing in the Midwest and beyond for over 40 years. With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading the way, Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information, schedules, and stats. Uncover remarkable stories about the people and horses at the core of harness racing. Midwest Harness Report reaches thousands of subscribers every month. For advertising and subscription inquiries, call 765-212-1320 or visit MidwestHarnessReport.com.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Midwest Harness Report has been a strong advocate and comprehensive source for harness racing in the Midwest and beyond for over 40 years. With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading the way, Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information, schedules, and stats. Uncover remarkable stories about the people and horses at the core of harness racing. Midwest Harness Report reaches thousands of subscribers every month. For advertising and subscription inquiries, call 765-212-1320 or visit MidwestHarnessReport.com.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Back with you on Harness Tube. Steve Surratt, David Brink. We've got day of harness racing here for you at the Macon County Fair 2023 version day 2. And David, if day 2 is exciting as day 1, it's going to be a great day for racing.
Day 1 was absolutely fantastic. Some great races with the Downstate Classic always brings out some of the best in the state, best drivers, best horses, and they performed and put on a show for us for sure.
And like I said, it was absolutely fantastic yesterday. Hey, we want to let you know if you want to advertise on Harness Tube, that's out there and available to you. We'd love to have you as an advertiser. Maybe you want to do something like be our pre-race sponsor before we get started with racing for the day, or maybe our tips for the day or things like that. Give David Brink a call at 312-772-5122 or send him an email on harnesstube@gmail.com, or you can send messages through YouTube or our Facebook account at HarnessTube. And so become an advertiser with us. And you say, what am I going to be advertising on? That might be a question for you. Well, as you can see on the screen, dates are being added almost weekly.
It seems like that, yeah.
Or sooner. As you can see, we've got dates added and dates that are not confirmed yet. The next race we could be doing is Cambridge, if that one gets confirmed, for the Henry County Fair. 5 p.m. post time. Martinsville is confirmed, the Clark County Fair. That will be definitely on the schedule. We'll be down there on the 26th. And then we have a couple of things that we're working on really in between those two things that still could come to that list. So if you're looking there, counting that we've already done 3 days of racing, there's about 12 total counting those 3. And then, hey, there's a second page to it, folks. And so we're up to 22 if everything comes in that we're looking at.
That sounds right. I'd have to double check.
21, 22 races that we're looking at doing. So it's not something small you're involved with. You're saying, well, how many people are watching? Well, we're getting over 1,000 views.
Yeah.
And so, folks, it's something that we started at 1,000. There are other people out there doing the same thing we're doing that have been doing it for a while, that we are barely below them out of the gate. So I want to encourage you, contact David, become a part of our broadcast. You can see we're into this. We've, the equipment doesn't grow on trees.
Nope.
We don't grow on trees. And for us, like coming over to Decatur, it's a couple-hour drive to get over here, plus getting set up. And right now we're a 3-man crew, essentially David, myself, and Lisa Surratt doing the camera work. And so the other thing I will tell you, if you have technical knowledge and would like to maybe help out with it, contact David Brink also.
Absolutely, and to follow up on that, I was a communications major at Quincy University 10 plus years ago, and we started the first broadcast. We had a news broadcast there at school, and it was pretty fun, and I got to work on the technical directing side of that, and actually anchored a show or two, and so, seeing kids get into this kind of thing, the broadcast, side of things is kind of exciting and fun. If we can help somebody, on that path, that'd be great.
Absolutely, and so you can see those dates. We want to let you know, if you're watching us today, to make sure that you subscribe. When you go to your screen, if you've got it in particularly the smaller screen, in the lower right-hand side, or where is that button at, David? There's a subscribe button, and it's located to the right-hand side, I believe, in most people's thing. You're already a subscriber, or the person to it, the admin to it. So make sure you subscribe to our channel. We've got a couple of hundred people that we're trying to get to 1,000. And the great part about it is when we went on the air today, David got a notification that we were on the air. You will get that same notification if you subscribe to our channel. Like us on Facebook, follow us on Facebook, follow us on YouTube. And then, this didn't just come about either. Other people involved through this process. We want to say thank you to the volunteers who have streamed since 2020 harness racing. You can see they're numerous on the screen there. David, any comments that you've got about all these people that have done it in the past?
Just the absolute stepping up of everyone in this horse racing community has been fantastic. There's a couple people doing a lot of heavy lifting that, deserve a lot of praise. Troy Market, Candy Herzog did a lot of races, I know. But everyone here was willing to kind of step up and do a race or two or a fair or something. And it seemed like, a little ask, but I know, we know now what it meant to the horsemen to be able to see their horses that year or two that they couldn't make it to the fairs because of COVID.
All right. The other people we want to thank are generous donors that have donated so far. Let's say you've got a business, but you don't want to advertise on every race, but you're appreciative of what we do. You can become a donor. We'll list you on the donor page and give you a mention every now and then. As a donor, you may be just a harness racing fan and say, this is absolutely great. I can't get out anymore, and my dad can't get out anymore, but I really appreciate you guys broadcasting the harness racing events, and we want to donate. The options available to you for donations are on Venmo. You can do it on Venmo if you like that. It's at Harness Tube, or you can do it PayPal at Harness Tube, or if you're like some people like to write the old-fashioned check, do P.O. Box 63, Mount Sterling, Illinois, 62353 for David Brink. And so, those are the ways that you can be involved. Now, the third way you can be involved here today is from the backstretch. Now, the backstretch can be the backstretch here at the racetrack, or it can be the backstretch as you stretch your back out in your recliner at home. And so we want to hear from you. You know, we want to know where you're listening from, and who, maybe the driver, the horse, or the trainer, or the owner that you're watching that you have an interest in.
Special, let us know, and we'll give you a shout
And if it's none of those things, nobody's took me up on this. Send me what your favorite fair food is. For me, it's cheese curds. I absolutely love State Fair cheese curds. And probably some of you, it's lemon shake-ups. Let us know. Send that to harnesstube@gmail.com. David will read those on the air.
And if I had to throw in mine, I would say, being a Brown County kid, either a corn dog from the corn dog stand, or Bruisers.
Okay.
A combination plate from Bruisers is tough to beat.
All right, and we'll share that information. People may not have tried what you like, and we'll get them set that way. Also going on at the Macon County Fair today is ITPA tractor pulling. That will be happening this evening. It's going to be close quarters with 15 races on the card for you today here at the Macon County Fair. Day 2 of this fair.
Yeah, and to follow up on that, the track announcer Kurt Becker just made a call to the grandstand. The tractor pull guys might be coming in here. They're wanting to get in the infield. They're starting to show up already. So if we start losing some visibility on the camera with tractor pull trailers, there's a whole not a lot we can do about it. But we'll try our best to make the track visible as much as possible.
Yes, thanks for bringing that up, David. Because again. A lot of those guys get here early because they want to get their equipment.
The same reason horsemen do. It's getting set up, getting everything out, getting ready to go, decompressing, all that kind of stuff.
Yep. So, like for instance, right now you're down in after going into turn 3. You're going to see them into most of turn 3 from her angle, and we will have to see what's going on. The best thing they could do for us is pull just in line with these other guys up here, and keep it open for us. That would be the best thing of all that they could do.
We're never that lucky.
Yeah, but we'll see where this one's headed.
And we'll do our best.
We'll see what this one's headed off to. With that, we're going to take a commercial break. We'll be back after these messages, and hopefully we get started on race 1 here in a moment.
Midwest Harness Report has been a strong advocate and comprehensive source for harness racing in the Midwest and beyond for over 40 years. With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading the way, Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information, schedules, and stats. Uncover remarkable stories about the people and horses at the core of harness racing. Midwest Harness Report reaches thousands of subscribers every month. For advertising and subscription inquiries, call 765-212-1320 or visit MidwestHarnessReport.com.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Midwest Harness Report has been a strong advocate and comprehensive source for harness racing in the Midwest and beyond for over 40 years. With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading the way, Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information, schedules, and stats. Uncover remarkable stories about the people and horses at the core of harness racing. Midwest Harness Report reaches thousands of subscribers every month. For advertising and subscription inquiries, call 765-212-1320 or visit MidwestHarnessReport.com.
Back with you on Harness Tube as we get prepared for racing tonight. Again, we've got some tractor trailers moving. At least this guy is moving in a place that's already a blind spot for us. If you can go a little bit further back, that would be awesome. And so we're glad that you could be on board with that. And David's down there trying to, as they're trying to work with them and get them where it won't be as in the way. I know the outhouses were kind of in the way, but we'll see what's going on with that. But we're glad that you could be on board today with us for the program that we have today. We'll have Kurt Becker on here in a moment as we get ready for race 1. Post time is 11 o'clock. We'll have the Star Spangled Banner and some things right before that. So we'll just see how everything goes with that. And so we're going to take another quick break here for ourselves, and we'll just let you view the horses getting ready on the track until David gets back up here.
Horsemen, stand by right now. A lot of different things are happening as we get ready for the start of the harness racing program. We are trying to coordinate the positioning of tractor trailers on the infield in order to park them in the best possible location without obstructing the line of sight for our racing officials here this morning and this afternoon for the harness races. Also, we are checking to confirm the presence of the ambulance and medical staff on the grounds before we go racing here today. That said, we should be underway here very shortly with Illinois Big Ten Colt Stakes harness racing at the Macon County Fair. At this time, we ask that those who are able would please rise in tribute to our national anthem. Thank you, folks. Good to have you with us here on this Saturday at the Macon County Fair for Illinois Big Ten Colt Stakes Harness Racing, a big program, 15 races lined up and just about set to go. Again, some last-minute preparations are underway here on the infield because remember, this infield of this half-mile racetrack doubles as the pit area for the ITPA truck and tractor pull tonight. Already some tractor trailers and a number of pickups parked on the infield, and right now our racing officials just trying to coordinate everything to make sure that we can grid and park vehicles in a manner that still allows the racing officials to keep track of the progress of the races here this afternoon, and also so the official timers can keep an eye on the quarter and three-quarter mile mark, as a lot of things on the plate to consider. But it's a good problem to have because it's a big day for the Macon County Fair. It's been a good week. It's good to have you with us. And of course, this doubleheader is quite a day lined up. You've got the kickoff event for the 2023 Illinois Big Ten Colt Stakes Association. We do welcome you not only on behalf of our fair president and speed superintendent Evan Hall, but also on behalf of Mary Lou Wright, the president of the Illinois Big Ten. The Big Ten Colt Stakes is set for a good summer here coming up. A lot of stops coming up down the road. Fairs like Jasper County at Newton later this month, for example. So it's always an honor for the Macon County Fair to be the fair that starts the circuit each summer, and we're glad you're here to share in it with us. Again, stand by, horsemen. As soon as we get the official word from our presiding judge, Randy Callahan, we'll be ready to go. Right now, Randy has been on foot walking back and forth across the infield over to the grandstand. He's touching base with our Macon County Fair Board officials. He is talking to some of the ITPA representatives, and he's got a lot that he's dealing with, trying to make sure we get this situation going, this program, in a way that will allow everybody, to enjoy this racing program and at the same time prepare for that ITPA poll here tonight. Either way, wonderful to have you with us. Should be a fun morning and a fun afternoon. Stand by. The way the U.S. Trotting Association rule book reads is that medical provisions must be made in order to go racing. So the good news is we indeed do have licensed EMTs present on the ground. So we're ready to get things started with this Illinois Big Ten Colt Stakes program. Horsemen, you may come to the track with the first race on the card, the Big Ten 2-year-old filly Pace, the first of 3 divisions, the Kurt Green Memorial, as we honor a gentleman who grew up here in the greater Decatur area. He was a Maroa Forsyth High School graduate, used to write columns on harness racing for the Decatur Herald and Review. He was a volunteer helper in the racing office here when he was a teenager and also during his college years. And then Kurt ended up going on to Kentucky. He relocated to Lexington and became a racetrack manager at the Red Mile and also became the chief executive officer of the Tattersall Sales Company, and was also recognized for his work as a journalist. He wrote stories and contributed to several harness racing magazines. Bottom line, that career that Kurt Green enjoyed took him all the way to the Harness Racing Hall of Fame in Goshen, New York. And Kurt is someone that passed away far too soon, died back about 20 years ago unexpectedly, and we miss him and we think of him often, and especially every time we come back to the Macon County Fair and we remember Kurt Green with the Kurt Green Memorial here in Race 1. In the first race, a reminder, the driver of the 1, Carly Bay, is Dane May. Again, Dane May, the driver of the 1. Number 2, Hermia's Star, will be Freddie Patton Jr. Freddie Patton Jr. drives number 2. The driver of the 4, IYQ and Only You, that is Jordan Patton. Jordan Patton on number 4, IYQ and Only You. And the driver of the 5, Gorgeous American, is Cornelius Cavett. Cornelius Cavett drives number 5, Gorgeous American. So those are the changes for the first race. Horsemen, come to the track with race 1. Once again, horsemen come to the track with the first race, the first division of the Big Ten 2-year-old filly pace. It's been a busy week here at the fair. The fair began on Wednesday, and this is the 167th Macon County Fair. Already we've had the Downstate Classic harness races. We have had the Queen Pageant. We have had the Garden Tractor Pull. We've had the rodeo, and a lot more is coming up. Horses are on the track, and they are parading past the stands for the first race. Right now, our presiding judge is on the infield with our fair president, Evan Hall. And what they are doing is they are conversing, again, how we can best position the various vehicles on the infield in such a way that the racing officials have a clear line of sight, particularly over to the backstretch and the vicinity of the quarter-mile marker. That's the concern right now. Horses are on the track for the first race. Number 1 is Carly Bay, owned by Jerry Mims of Vardaman, Mississippi. He's the trainer, and Dane May is the driver. Number 2, Hermia Star, is owned by Brian and Candy Herzog of Beecher City. The trainer and the driver is Freddie Patton Jr. Number 3, Fox Valley August, owned by Bridget Williams of Clinton, Mississippi. Bridget is the trainer. The driver is Marcus Turner. 4, IYQ and Only You, owned by Bart Seals of Mason down near Altamont. The trainer, Freddie Patton Jr. Contrary to the program, the driver is Jordan Patton. Number 5, Gorgeous American, owned by Jacob Radel of Edgewood, trained by Cornelius Cavett. A reminder, Cornelius Cavett is also the driver for number 5. And the 6, Illini Judy, owned by Walk on Water Racing of Beecher of Richard and Bethany Finn, co-owned by Jesse Judy of Potomac. Richard Finn is the trainer and the driver. Horses are on the track for race 1. Right now, the horses are on the backstretch. The driver is patiently awaiting further instruction as we get ready. Are you good, Judge? Our presiding judge, Randy Callahan, if I interpreted those gestures, you're good to go? Okay, he says race them. All right, so they are at the post, and the gate is rolling for the first of our 15 races here today. Folks, don't forget, that ITPA truck and tractor pull, that draws a crowd, and that is a big event for the Macon County Fair. And that's why this fair has done so much for harness racing. We, as members of the horsemen's community, we want to reciprocate and do all we can to work with the fair and with the ITPA and their competitors to make sure that we all can accommodate one another here. And again, it's a great challenge to have. Better to have a challenge like this than to have no activity at all at the fair. So we welcome our friends from the ITPA, and we welcome you, our racing fans. We're at the top of the stretch. We're set to go the Kurt Green Memorial. Here they come for the first of our 15 races. Our starter is Mitch Titus, Jerry Young at the steering wheel of the starting gate, and they have sent this field on the way. There goes Fox Valley August. Fox Valley August first out for the lead. Hermia Star is right there. Fox Valley August put in a couple of awkward steps. Marcus Turner had to gather that horse back up while challenging for the lead, and now here comes Fox Valley August again up on the outside to put the test early on to Hermia Star, who's second toward the inside. Carly Bay is racing in third. Gorgeous American is in fourth as they go on by the quarter-mile mark. Illini Judy is in fifth, and IYQ and Only You is sixth and last as they head by the quarter and move on toward the west end of the course. 31-1, the time for the opening quarter. 31 and 1/5 seconds. They swing around that far turn the first time this morning and move by the stable area with Fox Valley August the leader. Fox Valley August is on top and leads it by just a length. Hermia's Star is right behind the leader in second. Carly Bay is racing in third position. Gorgeous American is in fourth. Here comes Illini Judy, first up to move from the back of the pack on the outside lane from fifth to fourth to challenge for third, and then IYQ and Only You who moves from last. 102 and 2. was the time for the first half mile, 102 and 2. They swing around the east turn, head over to the backstretch once again. Horsemen, be ready at the barn, by the way, with race 2. Race 2, stand by, because we're just about to wrap up the opener, and it is still Fox Valley August who shows the way. Fox Valley August leads it by 2 lengths, just over a quarter mile to go. Illini Judy second by a head, just outside of Hermia's Star, who's still third down toward the inside. Carly Bay shuffled back into fourth. IYQ and Only You is in fifth, and Gorgeous American is last. 133 and 2, the time at the 3/4, 133 and 2. Fox Valley August, number 3 is your leader. Off the far turn on top by 3 lengths. Hermia's Star takes to the outside. Freddie Patton Jr. trying to get something going in deep stretch here, but Fox Valley August hanging tough for Marcus Turner. Late move, Carly Bay is coming with a rush up the inside. It is Fox Valley August hanging on by a diminishing half length. Fox Valley August just did hold off that stunning late rush from Carly Bay. Time for the mile. 2:04 and 1. Our head timer, Pete Scaffington, who's also our fair vice president. 2:04 and 1. We'll meet the winner. We'll play Pick a Winner. We'll have the Kurt Green Memorial presentation all coming up. Horsemen, come right on. Race 2. Come to the track. Race 2, and a reminder, folks, in the second race, scratch number 2, Miss Larry. Second race, scratch number 2, Miss Larry. Horsemen, come to the track, race 2. We mentioned the fact that on Wednesday evening, about the time we were wrapping up the Downstate Classic harness races, we had the Macon County Fair Queen Pageant. Congratulations to Morgan Binder. Hello, Morgan. There's Morgan walking down front, about to come trackside with our fair president and speed superintendent, Evan Hall. Morgan is from Decatur, and she is the newly crowned Miss Macon County and getting ready to make her first ever harness racing blanket presentation. Kurt Green Memorial. Kurt was someone who very much loved and appreciated his home fair here in Macon County, and even though he eventually had relocated to Kentucky, he remained forever fond of his roots here in central Illinois, and we remember Kurt Green, Harness Racing Hall of Famer. And here's the winner of the first race. How about a hand for number 3, Fox Valley August? Cindy Titus getting ready to take the winner's circle photo down trackside. Congratulations to owner-trainer Bridget Williams, driver Marcus Turner, breeder Fox Valley Standardbreds of Sherman, Illinois. This 2-year-old filly in front of us is from the second crop by the reigning Illinois Pacing Sire of the Year, Some Star Somewhere, out of Today is the Day by Cole Muffler. This filly went a tough trip around the first turn. She was parked, she got rough-gated, settled down, had to fight all the way to the quarter-mile mark for the lead, made the top, and then hung on at the end. So congratulations to the Connections. Horsemen, come to the track. Full field rundown coming up. Here is the full field rundown for that first race. It is official, and then we'll play Pick a Winner in just a moment as well. $5 prize for each race today. Here's the full field rundown. From the top, Carly Bay was the runner-up. Hermia's Star finished 3. Fox Valley August was the winner. IYQ and Only You was 6. Gorgeous American was 4. Illini Judy finished 5. They got the quarter in 31 and 1. The half was 102 and 2. 3 quarters, 133 and 2/5. 3 quarters, 133 and 2/5. The time for the mile was 2:04 and a fifth. Reached down 2:31.645. Second race, again, scratch number 2, Miss Larry. Folks, how about this? I wonder how many county fairs in North America.
David, we're going to come back to us to do a little commentary. Great race there to start out with. Times were really good. 2:04.1 for the first race out of the gate. Can't imagine what the rest of them are going to be.
And yeah, these are 2-year-old filly pacers. So a lot of the horses were making their first start in this race, and to go out there and cut those kind of fractions, that's a really solid mile. Marcus Turner had that Fox Valley August well in hand and kind of controlled the field. But yeah, great race.
And I tell you what, in order to cut back the mic a little bit so that we can't hear the background, I'm going to have you put the mic a little closer to your mouth.
Okay.
We won't have to speak as loud, and it won't have to have them as hot, I hope. And so with that, we're just really glad that everybody's on board today with us to watch this broadcast and to see what's going on here with the broadcast. Again, want to remind you as we get ready, we've got sponsors here, so we're going to play their commercials. We'll be back with the start for the next race.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Midwest Harness Report has been a strong advocate and comprehensive source for harness racing in the Midwest and beyond for over 40 years. With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading the way, Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information, schedules, and stats. Uncover remarkable stories about the people and horses at the core of harness racing. Midwest Harness Report reaches thousands of subscribers every month. For advertising and subscription inquiries, call 765-212-1320 or visit MidwestHarnessReport.com.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing.
David, we're back, and I'm looking here. I don't think I ended up with a slide in there twice, or correct? Let's see. No, there's race 2.
That's what we're looking for.
All right, we've got a scratch. Number 2 is a scratch, right?
Miss Larry is out.
All right. We'll get that scratched. And, well, I'm just going to take it out. That's going to be the easiest way.
The second division of the Illinois Big Ten Colt Stakes 2-year-old filly pace. Again, the Big Ten restricted to Illinois conceived and foaled performers. You will see many of these same horses racing later this summer on the big 1-mile track at the Illinois State Fair in Springfield. And the summer-long county fair circuit, a great way for these horses to get racing experience, especially these 2-year-olds who are in their first season of competition and in some cases seeing the starting gate for the first time in their young careers. A reminder, scratch the 2, Miss Larry. Number 2, Miss Larry, is scratched as we get ready for race 2, a division of the John Rotz Memorial. Horsemen, be ready at the barn. Stand by with that third race. Stand by with race 3. You're on deck. A reminder, today's races are available online. If you have friends who could not be with us in person at the Macon County Fair, a reminder, they can watch online. Go to youtube.com, and once you go to youtube.com, enter Harness Tube in the search field. Just put Harness Tube in the search field. That'll pull up the Harness Tube channel, and you can watch live coverage. Our thanks to Steve and Lisa Surratt and also to David Brink. Here comes the post parade for race 2. Let's meet the starters. Number 1 is Sour Grapes, owned by Julie Collins of Bullhead City, Arizona, trained and driven by Phil Knox. 2 is Scratched. 3 is Big Flicka, owned by Nan Turner of Argenta. trained by John Fletcher, Mike Rogers in the bike. 4, Mixed Skyscraper 2, owned by Deborah McCrae of Atlanta, trained by Nick Prather, and Nick is in the bike. And 5 is Counselor M, owned by David W. Williams of Byron, Mississippi, owned also by Kjavion Jaquez Carter of Clinton, Mississippi, trained by Jamaica Patton, and Jamaica is in the bike. Headed to the gate, race 2.
Four-horse race, David, harness race, as they get ready to go to the gate for this.
I tell you what, it's a 4-horse race, but there's some really nice horses in here. That Sour Grapes we saw at Carrollton rip off a last quarter in 28-1. Big Flick has been super consistent, hasn't missed the board yet. And Counselor M we saw win down at Carlinville for Jamaica. So, there's 4 horses, but they could be dueling this thing out the whole mile.
All right, they're getting ready to go to the gate. As they get ready to do that, we appreciate you being with us today with Harness Tube and watching the harness racing. Again, have a Harness Tube racing party at your house.
Yes.
Invite your friends, invite your neighbors, have a few drinks, have some friendly wagering on.
People are baseball fans or football fans. Be a harness race fan. Follow our circuit around. Pull us up every time you can. Have your friends over. Make it an event.
I tell you what, if you had a screened-in porch with a big screen TV outside today and something cool in your hands,
pour me an iced tea
and make me a burger on the grill and watch harness racing,
it's the next best thing to being here.
It is.
The next best thing.
Now we're saying this for Kurt Becker's benefit. I'm just going to call him out on this. We encourage you, if you're in the Decatur area or close to one of our fairs, watch us when we're far away and you can't go, but
Exactly.
come live. Because guess what? Then you get real fair food.
Yes.
And so
you get the excitement. Sitting in the grandstand, you don't get the cheering, the gas when something goes wrong. That there's energy that comes out of those grandstands. So come on out.
And do us a favor. When you see an announcer or a fair official, say, we're here because we've been watching on Harness Tube and we wanted to see a race in person. And so, in particular, if Kurt Becker is there, make sure you get a message to Kurt Becker that
Kurt.
You're at the race because you've been watching on Harness Tube. And we encourage you to see a live race. There's nothing like it.
There's nothing, no. And once you follow 1 or 2, you get a feel for it, and then you can't stop.
They're at the gate.
A number of you in the stable area back there off the far turn at the west end of the property saying you were having difficulty hearing the audio, but our audio engineer, Miles from Boggs Audio, has gotten some speakers repositioned, and hopefully that will improve the audio on that end of the fairgrounds. Here they come. Thank you, Miles. Here they come. Race number 2, lined up on the gate, ready for a start. And again, horsemen, be ready with race 3. Stand by. They are off and pacing in today's second race. Sour Grapes goes out for the early lead. Big Flicka gets away in second position. Counselor M comes out in third. Mixed Skyscraper 2 is away in fourth as that field swings around the first turn and heads toward the backstretch with Sour Grapes the early leader. Sour Grapes on top and Big Flicka drafting right in behind the leader here early on in the second position. Counselor M is racing in third position. Mixed Skyscraper 2 is fourth and last as the field approaches the quarter-mile mark with Sour Grapes in front. Sour Grapes shows the way and leads it by a length and a half. And Big Flicka travels in that second position. 32 flat for the opening quarter, 32 seconds flat. Counselor M is racing third. Nobody stepping out of line as they all go nose to tail after 3/8 of a mile, and Big Skyscraper 2 is the trailer. Coming down toward the halfway point here in the John Rotz Memorial, the Big Ten 2-year-old filly pace, it is Sour Grapes who leads for Phil Knox and shows the way for Phil in those brown and gold driving colors. Sour Grapes halfway home, leads it by 1 length. Big Flick is second, Counselor M third, Mixed Skyscraper 2 is fourth and last. Heading back around the east side of the course, Sour Grapes is the leader. 103-1 the time for the first half mile. 103-1. Now, Counselor M comes to the outside. She's still third, but she's not closing ground as yet on the leader. And the leader, Sour Grapes, has hit another gear. Sour Grapes opens up by 3 lengths with a quarter-mile to go. Big Flicka is in second. Then there's a gap of nearly 5 more lengths back to Counselor M in third, and Mixed Skyscraper 2 is fourth and last. Heading around the final turn. They got the 3/4 in 133 flat. 133 flat. Thank you, gentlemen. Top of the stretch, Sour Grapes leads by 5 lengths back to Big Flicka. And then a gap of 7 to Counselor M, but it is all Sour Grapes. Went right for the lead, never looked back, and this young filly now 2 wins from 2 career starts. Sour Grapes, Phil Knox winning it by 3.5 lengths on the line. It was Big Flicka home second, and a gap of 10 more lengths back to McSkyscraper 2, who was third, and Counselor M was fourth.
203 and 3. 3/4, 134 flat.
The corrected three-quarter time is 134 flat. 3/4 in 134 flat, and the time for the mile again is 203 and 3. 203 and 3/5. We'll meet the winner in just a moment. Horsemen come to the track with the third race. Feisty Ann, CW Wise Lady, Chiquitita, But a Light Moon, and Maddie Shark come to the track. The pick-a-winner draw for race 2 goes to Gene Pease. Gene Pease. I believe Gene won here. There's Gene giving us a wave up toward the top in the midsection of the grandstand. Gene, your $5 is available down here in the front row from Lance Muirhead from the Macon County Fair Board. So Lance, who is positioned down in the front row, is waiting, and he will hand over that $5. We did not get a pick-a-winner done for the first race. We apologize. Again, there was just a lot happening at the moment. But the good news is we've now got everything on track, literally and figuratively. And the first pick-a-winner draw for the day is for race 2, $5 to Gene Pease. Evan Hall coming trackside along with Morgan Binder, our Macon County Fair Queen. Cindy Titus ready to snap the winner's circle photo. Here's the winner of today's second race. How about a hand for number 1, Sour Grapes? Sour Grapes, owned by Julie Collins of Bullhead City, Arizona. Relatively new as an owner in the harness racing game. This is only her second season as a racehorse owner. And Phil Knox is the trainer-driver. Phil shared with us on Wednesday that he has fond memories of coming here when he was a teenager and being the caretaker for horses that raced here at the Macon County Fair in the barn of his late father, Bob Knox. And I can tell you, folks, that there's a very soft spot in the heart of Phil Knox for this Macon County Fair, and he nods his head as he climbs off the race bike. The John Rotz Memorial, we talked a moment ago about this, really is meaningful always to remember a departed loved one, but when that individual was a Hall of Fame thoroughbred jockey who won the Belmont Stakes, and then we're holding the John Rotz Memorial on Belmont Stakes Day. You couldn't script it any better than that. We remember Macon County's own John Rotz with the John Rotz Memorial. Phil Knox, to you and to Julie Collins, congratulations. Well done. Here's the full field rundown for that second race. From the top, Sour Grapes was the winner. Miss Larry was scratched. Big Flicka, the runner-up. McSkyscraper 2 finished 3. We're going to take these people to sports taking school. That's what we're going to do.
All right, David, we're back with our part of this. Again, a great job by Kurt Becker out there doing what he does out there for the broadcasting.
Kurt is one of the best. I mean, maybe the best in the country.
The only thing I questioned him on yesterday, the other day, it seemed like he was talking positively about Kyle Busch as a NASCAR driver, and that may bring him into question with me. I'll have to have a discussion with him later about that. But great finish on that race. 1, 3, 4, 5 is your finish. Number 1 finishing first, number 3 finishing second, number 4 horse finishing third, and the Counselor M, number 5 horse finishing 4th, and Sour Grapes doing what it did in
Sour
Carlinville.
Grapes looked to dominate again. Phil just kind of controlled the race and did a great job. It looked like in the last turn, I thought Big Flick was going to make a big move, and Mikey kind of timed it wrong maybe. He looked like he kind of ran into the back of Phil and had to check his horse and lost some momentum there. I would have loved to see him duel it out down the stretch, but Sour Grapes just, once again, last quarter in 29-3 or something. I mean, just kind of pulled away. So great race, great race.
Absolutely a great race. And folks, we want to let you know about some other things. We want you to subscribe to our YouTube channel. We need subscribers out there. A lot of you have been really faithful at doing that. Tell your friends and neighbors. Again, they may not know that we're out here and going on yet, so let them know, clue them in. Maybe send them a share from our Facebook page. That would be, we would love it if you would do that. And again, there's been other volunteers out there volunteering since 2020 for Illinois County Fair harness racing. Again, big boys, the big things get a lot of publicity. The county fairs have not. And this is something, folks, that's been dying that I think is going to be revitalized. If you're a family looking for pure, wholesome entertainment,
yes,
you need to come to a county fair. Come to the grandstand, watch the harness racing.
Go to the exhibit hall, show them what people can grow food, you know, that sort of stuff.
Hey, and a question, even a town the size of Decatur, how many kids in this town have ever seen a cow, a hog, a sheep, or
up close,
whatever?
Right.
Up close. And I tell you what, it's a unique experience. As I see my son, I can remember he had never seen goats. And their 2 goats got together and were butting heads. Down in the show thing. He had never seen that. He was amazed by that. And that's something that's kind of imprinted in my brain. But it's an old-time experience. Have some ice cream dots, have a corn dog, have cheese curds, have all these things. But again, county fairs, we can thank all of these people that have been videoing the county fairs before. And so with that, we're getting ready to go back to race 3. And I tell you what, we're going to turn it back over to Kurt Becker for what's going on here.
She's from Canton, Illinois. She is aboard her registered quarter horse, Lena, and Cassidy is our parade marshal here today, just as she was on Wednesday for the Downstate Classic.
Okay, and they're getting ready to go, and you got the Fair Queen here today. The other one, Lisa's got to focus. You folks, you may want to know what's the person riding the horse for. David, can you explain that to folks out there?
That is the outrider. You know, traditionally they led the post parade. Now the big thing is safety. If a horse were to get loose or something were to happen, sometimes the outrider can come up with their horse and grab the bridle of the horse that has an issue and maybe corral it, calm it down, whatever they need to do to help out the driver. They've done various things. They've been for show. They've had big, elaborate ones, but safety is the main thing. Somebody out there just kind of who can catch a horse if a horse were to get loose. You need a horse to catch a horse.
And that is so true. With that out there, I think at home, did Susie Houston do it for a while?
I believe
and I think
so.
Leah's done it before. Who are some of the other outriders that we've had there in Mount Sterling?
Oh, for the longest time now, it seems like we've had Gina and Sheena. They've had their daughters, I think, were starting to do it last year. Maybe they're getting them trained on it. So, Gina Kerr and Sheena Mathena out there have been doing it for 5-10 years, it seems like, and doing a great job.
Well, and the other thing, if you haven't realized it, these horses are high-strung.
Yes, they're bred to be,
And
competitive.
if you think they're not moving fast, when the spirit comes out, and we saw it in Sour Grapes, they can really move,
yes.
but they can also be ornery.
Yes.
I mean, to use my term, ornery. You haven't seen harness racing or been around a horse barn until you've seen a horse get loose with a cart going through the barn.
It is something.
All right, with that, we'll go back to Kurt Becker for race 3.
Horses are on the track for the third race, the third and final division of the Big Ten 2-year-old filly pace and the second division of the John Rotz Memorial. Evan, I forgot to ask, Evan Hall, in the case like this where you've got two divisions of a race, do you all have a blanket for each division, or is it one blanket and it goes to the faster winner?
Well, Kurt, we will be awarding the blanket by fastest time. We do have a total of 9 blankets that were memorialized today for various families. And we want to take this moment to say thank you to those families for supporting the fair, supporting those longtime members of the sport that we all love by buying some blankets and also by being here. So thank you to all of our race supporters. If you're interested in buying a blanket for next year, just get a hold of me after the races.
Thank you, Evan. As we mentioned, John Rotz, the Hall of Fame jockey, is who we remember here in races 2 and 3. So the time to beat is 2:03 3/5. That was the time established by the winner of race 2, Sour Grapes. So right now she has claim to that blanket, at least temporarily. But if the winner of this division goes quicker, then it will go to the winner of race 3. If there's a tie, we'll probably toss a coin, I think is normally what we do in a case like that. A couple of folks have asked who was the horse that John Rotz rode to that Belmont Stakes win back in 1970. It was a horse by the name of High Echelon. High Echelon. Someone else had asked, was there any particular significance to that year's Belmont? And according to the newspaper articles, it poured rain. It was not a good weather day that year. Sloppy track, and John Rotz managed to navigate the muddy, rainy, sloppy going and got High Echelon home as the winner. There's Cassidy Tarter waving to the crowd, our parade marshal. Let's meet the starters for race 3. Number 1, Feisty Ann, owned by Latoya Hewlett of Clinton, Mississippi, trained by Roshan Trigg, J.D. Lewis in the bike. 2 is C.W. Wise Lady, owned by Amy Leiter Enterprises, LLC of Dunellen, Florida, owned also by Lynn Chris, LLC of Cynthiana, Kentucky, trained and driven by Jamaica Patton. 3, Chiquitita, owned by David W. Williams of Byron, Mississippi, owned also by Lavarius Carter of Clinton, Mississippi, trained by Bridget Williams, Jordan Patton in the bike. 4 is Delight Moon. Delight Moon is owned by Glenn Bauman from down at Mulkeytown, co-owned by Benita Simmons of Springfield, trained by Tom Simmons, the driver Mike Rogers. And 5 is Maddie Shark, owned and trained by Jerry Mims of Vardaman, Mississippi, and the driver is Dane May. Headed to the starting gate for race 3. Horsemen stand by at the stable area with that 4th race. Stand by with race 4. Horses have reached the starting gate for race 3. They are at the post. Mitch Titus, our starter. Jerry Young at the starting gate. Our thanks again today to both Tina Schrock and Emma Schrock. They aren't officially working today, but they've been kind enough to lend a helping hand to our racing office staff as has been needed, so thank you. Big thanks to Leanne Shin, our racing office administrator. She is currently assisting her brother Tom. Tom is our official charter. Tom and Leanne positioned over in the grandstand, and as Tom tracks the progress of each horse in each race, it is Leanne who's our data entry clerk. It is her responsibility then to get online and enter all of this information from the races today, where each horse was at the quarter-mile mark and at the half-mile mark and at the finish. She makes sure all of that info makes it to the U.S. Trotting Association. By the way, you can see the official charts of these races later this evening at ustrotting.com. Here they come for the third of our 15 races. Good to have you with us on a picture-perfect day in Macon County. They are off and pacing. There goes Feisty Ann. There goes Delight Moon. Delight Moon has the racetrack and has the lead as they head into the first turn. CW Wise Lady will go second around the first turn. Chiquitita is away racing in third. Feisty Ann now backs up into the fourth position from that inside starting spot, and Maddie Shark is last of the five. Off the first turn and on to the back stretch, Delight Moon is the leader. Delight Moon is on top by just 1 length. CW Wise Lady second, a length and a half. Chiquitita goes third. Feisty Ann is in fourth, and Maddie Shark is last of the five as these five go single file past the quarter-mile mark and pass beneath the giant American flag, which hangs over the infield here today. Opening quarter, 32 and 2 for the first quarter mile. 32 and 2 around that west turn. They go 3/8 of a mile complete here in race 3. This division of the John Rotz Memorial. Delight Moon is the leader. Delight Moon a 2-length lead to CW Wise Lady in second. Chiquitita is racing in third. Feisty Ann is in fourth, and Maddie Shark last of the five. No one stepping out of line just yet. Halfway home here in this third event. And Delight Moon continues to show the way. Delight Moon is on top by a length over CW Wise Lady. There goes Chiquitita moving up on the outside from third. 106 flat, the time for the first half mile, 106 flat. Chiquitita is moving up, and Feisty Ann is moving behind her in the outer flow of traffic. Maddie Shark's going to try to move up one position from last. Oh, an awkward move there for Chiquitita, who broke stride. At the 5/8 mile mark, Chiquitita broke stride. Everyone else filed by safely to the inside. Delight Moon is the leader by a length, and CW Wise Lady is racing in second position as they head by the 3/4. Maddie Shark has moved up 2 spots against the rail into third. 138 and 1 for the 3/4, 138 and 1. 1/8 of a mile to go. Delight Moon is the leader. Off the final turn, opens up here on a 4-length lead to the top of the home stretch. CW Wise Lady and Maddie Shark are side by side contesting second. Feisty Ann is fourth. Here comes Maddie Shark with a late move to the inside. Delight Moon still in front. Delight Moon, Maddie Shark. Delight Moon hangs on by a diminishing half length. Delight Moon, your winner. Maddie Shark was second. 3 more lengths back to CW Wise Lady third. Another length and a half behind her to Feisty Ann in fourth, and a gap of over 20 more back to Chiquitita in fifth. 2:08 flat was the time for the 1 mile distance, 2:08 flat. And your unofficial winner in that third race here today, number 4, Delight Moon. That does mean the John Rotz Memorial Blanket will officially go to the connections of Sour Grapes. So to Phil Collins, or Phil Knox, rather, and Julie Collins. I knew that was going to happen sometime and get those two names crossed. And here we bring up Phil Collins, Grammy Award-winning recording artist. Phil Knox and Julie Collins, you will have that John Rotz Memorial Blanket coming to you. And I'm sure if you would like to claim it at some time here during the racing program, feel free to come down in front of the grandstand and pick it up. A number of years ago, like a lot of county fair and even parimutuel racetracks around the country, the Macon County Fair removed the inside hub rail that used to separate the racing surface from the infield. And now that that is long gone, our presiding judge, every once in a while, he will relay word back to the stable area to tell the horsemen the grass on the infield is not part of the racing surface. That is definitely out of bounds. Have to keep those horses and those race bikes on the dirt surface on the main track. Well, folks, how about a hand for the winner of race 3? How about a hand for number 4, Delight Moon? And for ceremonial purposes, we will have a winner's circle photo with that John Rotz Memorial Blanket. Delight Moon is owned by Glenn Bauman of Mulkeytown, way down in southern Illinois. Glenn lives down near DuQuoin. Co-owner Benita Simmons and her husband Tom is the trainer, and Mike Rogers the driver. Kyle Houston, the winning breeder. By the way, folks, that couple standing out there on the track, Tom and Benita Simmons, yesterday celebrated their 39th wedding anniversary. Folks, congratulations. We'll take a look at the full field rundown in just a moment. Delight Moon, by the way, a 2-year-old filly by Hypnotic Blue Chip from his first Illinois crop. Here's the full field rundown. By the way, horsemen, come right on with that 4th race, and thank you, horsemen. You're doing a great job. Here's the full field rundown from race 3. From the top, Feisty Ann finished 4th. CW Wise Lady was 3rd. Chiquitita finished 5. Delight Moon, the winner, and Maddie Shark was the runner-up. Quarter 32 and 2/5 seconds. The half in 106. 3/4 138 and 1, and the mile in 208 flat. It reads 4:35.12. So that brings us to race 4. It is the first division of the Larry Reed Memorial. It's also the first division of the Big Ten 2-year-old colt and gelding pace. Should have mentioned that the pick-a-winner draw for that 3rd race, Linda Humphreys. Yes, she did. Linda, there she is, raising her hand about midway up in the grandstand. Linda Humphreys, she was one of our winners in the pick-a-winner draw here on Wednesday. And there is Lance Muirhead bringing her $5 to her. She's right there about midway up, right near the start-finish line.
Okay, back with you, David Brink, as we get ready to go here. We want to thank the people for donating to make this possible. And you can be a donor too. If you want to help make a donation to keep harness racing free on YouTube, you know, it costs gas to get places. Actually, some places we have to stay overnight at. It costs. I actually eat food, so. And some people may say I need to cut back on that, but it does cost us that. The equipment, time, people don't realize, and I have this when I do sports broadcasting. They have no idea. They think we just show up and things just magically happen.
First off, they have no idea how generous you two were being, letting me borrow equipment because I didn't have to come up out of pocket for all this stuff for this first run. So thank you for that.
Oh, you'll pay.
I will.
Eventually
I will.
No,
but to get it going and up and running is
it may be
important.
a lot of fair food, but the fact is none of this happens. But people think when I go do a basketball game that you just showed up. No, there is prep time. Like for this, the graphics that you're seeing on the screen all have to be done before we get here, and we have to make changes while we're here. In fact, I don't get to really watch the race. I get to hear Kurt describe the race while I'm trying to update your graphics and so forth on the field. And David's writing things down. And Lisa, God love her, we're going to send David over there probably after the next couple of races to give her a break. Because, she's 15 races, and she's your camera person out there, folks. And guess what? At times you may be thinking, well, I'm not getting much pre-race stuff here. Well, guess what? She probably sitting down taking a small break, but trying to give you the overall flavor of what's going on here. But you can donate. Go to Harness Tube on Venmo. Go to @HarnessTube. Go to PayPal @HarnessTube, or send an old-fashioned check to P.O. Box 63 to David Brink in Mount Sterling, Illinois. And also, we want to hear from you. Shout-outs from the backstretch. Have we had anything today?
Nothing today. So I'm fighting my internet horribly, but no, nothing today so far.
We're looking for.
There was one I wanted to add in. This wasn't a shout-out, but this was just something on personal on my end. I want to go ahead and talk about the track crew here and how great of a job they've done. Saturday, the track was so fast. They tied the track record, had a couple maybe 3 sub-2-minute miles. The track crew, Kevin Bird, Buddy, and Nick Hanna have done a great job blading it and getting the surface nice and clean. And Evan Hall, the Fair Board president here, has been super, and then over-the-top helpful.
All the people that help here from Emma and the people up in the stands
photo finish, timers, charters,
and Kurt Becker does a wonderful job. Ed Tiefy does a wonderful job when he's around, and we couldn't do. Believe me, folks.
Illinois has some of the best. We're very lucky.
I look at how long it took me to do basketball. I can't imagine doing harness racing where every race the horses change.
They grew up in it. I mean, it really is. It takes a lot to announce a race. And I announced maybe a couple of fairs 18 years ago when I was just out of high school, but it's a whole other beast, and we have some of the best here in the state as far as charting, announcing. Tina, everybody. We've got some of the greatest talent. So
Go to harnesstube at Gmail.
Yes.
Harnesstube at Gmail. Send us a note. Uh, we'll give you a shout out on the air. We want to know where you're watching or listening from, and a lot of those things we would like to know about what's going on. And again, the track officials have done a great job here, but send us some information, just a shout out there. And so we're getting ready for race 4. And let's take a look at race 4 a little bit differently here. I don't know if there's is there any changes that we know about, David?
I haven't heard any yet, but putting headphones on and off, I miss some stuff every once in a while.
Downtown Leroy Brown, Nick Prather, driver and trainer. Jody's big boy, J.D. Lewis, driver. Trainer is Rashawn Trigg. Dandy Ladies Man is DeMarcus. What is that, Slime?
Denarius Dortch, Slime.
Slime is
that was submitted as his nickname, and I think it's air appropriate and everything. I don't know where it came from. I have no word on that nickname.
All right. Scrappy coming up is Wyatt Avenatti.
Yes.
And Leroy Hunt is the trainer. Any thoughts on this race coming up, David?
My first thought is I want to see this one horse owned by James and Teresa Greer of Peoria. Little sentimental value there. Jim's dad, Snoz, Francis Greer from Mount Sterling, was one of Dad's longtime owners, passed away last year at 90.
Lived right across from the fairgrounds.
Watched us jog every day from his recliner. So I'm kind of a little sentimental watching this one just to see how it does. I heard some good training reports back in January, so hopefully he's ready to rock and roll today.
All right, we'll go back to your track announcer, Kurt Becker.
And for many, many years was a trainer and driver and owner of standard-bred racehorses. Remember a filly that he raced by the name of Storm Mist. Won a lot of Illinois fair races and was runner-up, in fact, in a $14,000 downstate classic here a number of years ago. Also remember the time that a mare that Larry trained went up to Balmoral Park and won a championship final of a pacing series in the middle of winter one year, and she went up there and raced very well. She was consistent through that whole series and then won the final for him. We remember Larry Reed here today, and of course he made his home here in Decatur. Let's meet the starters for race 4. Number 1 is Downtown Leroy Brown, owned by Jim and Teresa Greer of Peoria, trained and driven by Nick Prather. 2 is Jody's Big Boy, owned by Jody Bennett of Atwater, Wayne Decker of Carlinville, trained by Roshan Trigg, J.D. Lewis in the bike. 3, Dandy's Ladies Man, owned by Chase Porter from down at DuQuoin, Denarius Dortch in the bike. He's the trainer and the driver. And 4, Scrappy coming up, is owned by Leroy Hunt of Jackson, Tennessee, Milton Greer of Jackson, Tennessee, trained by Leroy Hunt, and the driver is Wyatt Avenatti. A couple of horses have already scored wins this summer, despite the fact these are just 2-year-olds. Jody's Big Boy, a winner at the Macoupin County Fair just a few days ago at Carlinville, and Scrappy coming up, a winner at the Greene County Fair at Carrollton. That was back on May 31st. So, headed to the gate, 4th race. Horsemen, stand by with race 5.
Back with you on Harness Tube as they get ready to race here. The starting gate's getting into hits position. David, you got some thoughts?
A real quick note. We watched a couple of these horses win, at our broadcast, Scrappy coming up at Carrollton and Jody's Big Boy at Carlinville. If you can, go to our Facebook and check out, there's a video of Jody's Big Boy winning. And if you look real closely in the infield, you can see Jody Bennett, the owner and namesake of this horse, jumping for joy as he crosses the wire. It was a great moment, a great family, the Deckers down there in Carlinville. I've been doing this for 60-plus years. So if you get a chance, check out that video and give it a like or share if you would. And I'll be kind of watching this Jody's Big Boy to see if he can come home again and kind of nip him at the wire.
All right, that's what you've got from our perspective here. And as they get ready, they're getting turned around. Hope you're enjoying the view that you're getting. Lisa must be sitting down and taking a break because she's got a view up there that I don't know much of.
Is she fixing a camera?
She might be. There she goes. Again, she needs to take breaks. I don't know if she's sending us a message over there, David, by the picture she was showing us there that you need to go over there sometime soon, or
that might be
I
subliminal
don't think
messaging,
so.
right?
Subliminal messaging there. For the yous at home that saw that, you'll get that little joke there. But I know that
Yeah, I can relieve her whenever, but
okay, they're
let's
getting
go to the
ready.
gate then.
And let's see. As she zooms in, she's got to zoom back out there. With that, we're getting ready for race 4 as they come to the gate. And I'm sure this will be a great race. We'll go back to Kurt Becker.
Of the Larry Reed Memorial. Remember when Larry Reed drove in races? If memory serves, I'm wanting to say white driving colors with some blue trim. It's kind of similar to Leroy Moyer's silks, if memory serves. Larry Reed was always someone that just dearly loved this game. He was always happy to stop and visit about harness racing and about the Macon County Fair. Owner, trainer, and driver and breeder, Larry Reed. We remember him today, and here they come, race 4. They are off and pacing. A beautiful start. All 4 horses lined up and right on the gate. And there goes downtown Leroy Brown out for the early lead. Scrappy coming up, fires out from the far outside from 4th position. Now to 3rd, now to 2nd. There goes Scrappy coming up to challenge downtown Leroy Brown for the top spot. Dandy's Ladies Man is racing 3rd, outward from the pylons, 3rd by just a neck, and Jody's Big Boy is 4th and last here early on, but just 2.5 to 3 lengths off the lead as they go on by the quarter-mile mark. Scrappy coming up, made the top around that first turn and leads it by 1.5 lengths. Dandy's Ladies Man is now just off the leader's flank in 2nd. 32-1 the time for the opening quarter. 32-1. Here's Dandy's Ladies Man, in fact, moving forward on the outside to challenge Scrappy coming up for the lead. Now, Scrappy coming up still leads at 3/4 length. Further back, downtown Leroy Brown is racing in 3rd, and Jody's Big Boy, last of the 4 lengths from the front, as now they all straightened out. At least for a moment, they were going single file, but here comes downtown Leroy Brown taking a peek and moving toward the outside as they go on by the half. It is Scrappy coming up who has the lead. 103 4 for the first half mile. 103 4/5. Scrappy coming up, leads at 3/4 length. Downtown Leroy Brown is 2nd up on the outside by 3/4 length. And then Dandy's Ladies Man is 3rd, 3/4 length. And Jody's Big Boy is taking to the outside now to find some more racing room. May have to go 3 wide around that far turn, though. And they all have to catch Scrappy coming up, who's still the leader at the entry to that final turn. Leads it by 1.5 lengths. Downtown Leroy Brown is 2nd. 134 3, the time of the 3/4. 134 3. So Scrappy coming up leads. Jody's Big Boy had to change lanes back toward the inside. Now picks up 2nd. Here comes Jody's Big Boy. That horse has gone inside, outside, and down the middle trying to catch Scrappy coming up. And Scrappy coming up still leads it, though, by 2 lengths in deep stretch. Scrappy coming up wins it by 2 lengths on the line for Wyatt Avenatti. Jody's Big Boy was 2nd. Then it was downtown Leroy Brown on the grandstand side in 3rd. And Dandy's Ladies Man was 4th. 2:05 was the time for the 1 mile distance. 2:05 1/5. 2 minutes 5 1/5 seconds will meet the winner shortly. Horsemen come to the track with race 5. Race 5, you may come to the track, Mr. Turbo Muffler, CW's Spring Roll, Super Shark, and I Understand.
This is David Brink back with Harness Tube, giving you a little recap of that last race. I tell you what, it was an exciting race for being a 4-horse field in these 2-year-olds, 2-year-old Colts and Geldings. You know, I was kind of watching downtown Leroy Brown, and I expected as a Prather trained and driven horse. He kind of grabbed the front end and wanted to control things, but everyone did. Wyatt came and JD was in and out of traffic. But as kind of expected, Jody's big boy had some pace late, had some inside, outside, swerving a lot. I didn't see what happened in the last turn. My internet's down and I kind of had a blind spot, but looked like downtown Leroy Brown ended up kind of wide. I don't know if he blew the turn or something, took a bad step or something there, but everyone in that race raced great. Daenerys Dorch's horse, Danny's Ladies Man, he was working on that thing up the inside, and the miles in 2, 5, and 1. These are, look at these starts. We have maybe our third start on a couple of these, a first start on one, a second start on these are baby horses, maybe the equivalent of like what we'd call a junior high age child, like a little league pitcher. And they're going out there and that's a great mile, great last quarter, 28 and change, 29 flat, maybe. I just can't believe the state has had so many great horses come in and breed some horses. We're seeing the foals come up, and we're seeing some really good bloodlines come in, and we're putting a lot of hot miles out here, and it's kind of exciting to watch as a fan and a horseman myself. But we will.
Larry's family, who's going to say a few words in memorial of him and his dedication to this sport.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having us here today and honoring my dad, Larry Reed. This was his heart. This was really his first home outside of Bristol Firestone. This is where you will find Larry Reed. And I'm thankful that he meant a lot to many of the people here on today. And we thank you, the Reed family. Thanks you all. And we're here to stay, by the way.
Thank you very much. That's very nice.
Tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Midwest Harness Report has been a strong advocate and comprehensive source for harness racing in the Midwest and beyond for over 40 years. With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading the way, Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information, schedules, and stats. Uncover remarkable stories about the people and horses at the core of harness racing. Midwest Harness Report reaches thousands of subscribers every month. For advertising and subscription inquiries, call 765-212-1320 or visit MidwestHarnessReport.com.
If you would be so kind as to return them to that area right below the racing office just off the far turn, that way other horsemen can come and pick them up and use them for those later races today. We appreciate that.
The winner of Pick a Winner for Race 4 is Cheryl Yoder. Cheryl, would you please raise your hand? Congratulations, and thank you for playing.
Back with you on Harness Tube, and we want to thank all of our sponsors out there for what they do as we get ready for Race 5 as they try to move things right along. We're just an hour and 2 minutes in, and we already have 4 races run, and hopefully we can get this done in about 3 hours and a half, which would be great for the guys that got to do the ITPA tractor pulling tonight. They've been nice enough. They have shut down the infield, so the only blockages we have are the ones that are out there right now for our race officials and for our broadcast. We're thankful for that and what they've done along with that. Again, you can advertise with this. Give David Brink a call at 312-772-5122 or send him an email at harnesstube@gmail.com. So we're getting ready for Race 5 today. Race 5 will be Mr. Turbo Muffler. Driver is Marcus Gator Turner. Trainer Terry Wilson. CW Spring Roll, Jamaica J.P. Patton, both trainer and driver on that. Super Shark, driven and trained by Nick Prather. And I understand Matt Avenatti, and the trainer is Kevin Miller. And that is your race starting lineups as they warm up out there today. And I want to thank my wife, Lisa Surratt, across the way in the grandstands, trying to give the best shot she possibly can for you today as they get ready to go. I know David Brink was going to go across the track and maybe give her a break of what's going on. Let him do it. That's post time. And with that, we'll wait for the announcer, Kurt Becker, to come on as they want the horses to get going here. They got to get the water truck off, though. That's the first thing. And so David is learning the technical side of things that we have going on here. Lisa's doing a great job, but 15 races is a long race for anybody to be doing one thing at this. And so I know that the truck is getting ready to go. We'll go back to our track announcer.
In 1953. Cassidy Tarter leads the field of the post for race 5. Second division of the Larry Reed Memorial. The time to beat in order to claim that blanket, 2:05 and 1. That was the winning time from race 4. Scrappy coming up. Number 1 is Mr. Turbo Muffler, owned and trained by Terry Wilson of Jackson, Mississippi. The driver is Marcus Herner. Number 2 is CW's Spring Roll, owned by Amy Leiter Enterprises, LLC of Dunellen, Florida, owned by Lindcris, LLC of Cynthiana, Kentucky. The trainer, Jamaica Patton, and he is the driver. Number 3, Super Shark. Super Shark is owned by George Pollock of Rushville, the trainer and the driver, Nick Prather. Number 4, I Understand, owned and trained by Kevin Miller of Arthur, and the driver is Matt Avenatti. Horses are headed to the gate. Race number 5, just about ready for a start.
Again, as we come back here, the purse on this race is $1,388. It's the Big Ten Colts Association 2-year-old colts. And so that is the race that's going on. Race number 5, again, the purse, $1,388. And so they're waiting for some things to get done here. They're still dragging the track and watering the track. So I would imagine we're going to be started in the next minute or so as they get ready here. They'll probably come and park up on the sidelines. But a nice, beautiful day to be at the fair today, folks. If you want to get out, the ITPA tractor pulling tonight here at the fair. Beautiful night. You can sit in the grandstands. Got a beautiful breeze going on. Have some fair food. Enjoy what's going on out there with the fair. and a good family, wholesome entertainment. Harness Racing today, we want to encourage you. We'll tell you about the dates we have coming up, but we have about 21, 22 fairs that we're either in the works of getting to broadcast or already have set in stone. And so, again, if your fair's not on our list, we'll give this out a little bit later in the broadcast. You can help us out with that, and we'll let you know how. Water truck making his way, and so is the drag. They've upped their pace just a little bit, and let's see. Horses are turning around, although, boy, there's a big bout of dust once the drag goes through. Lisa's got a picture of that on the screen for you. You can see that out there as we get ready for racing. I got to get the post times off for the last race. Back to Kurt Becker.
It's been great to have racing restored at the fair, and kudos to the fair board. Fair boards all across the state face some challenges economically when they look at programs they have for grandstand entertainment. And they say, look, we might like a particular sport, but that's not the point. We've got to make it financially solvent, make it worthwhile. And this fair board has figured out a way to do that and bring back racing after a 5-year absence. Racing returned here in 2019. And then on Wednesday, we had the richest day of racing in Illinois County Fair history with that Downstate Classic card. And today, the great tradition of the Illinois Big Ten Colt Stakes, remembering Larry Reed here in race 5, and they are at the post, and the gate is rolling. A little heads up for you aspiring broadcasters and announcers out there. Make sure to say W correctly. That is something that broadcast executives will pay attention to. It's a small thing, but it's not to people in the broadcast business. So I know sometimes we all fall into the habit of saying W, but if you want to be a broadcaster or an announcer, and if you want to get somebody's attention, when you have the letter W in front of you, if you say it W, you'll be surprised at how broadcasting executives pick up on that type of thing. Here they come, race 5 on the way. They are often pacing. CW's Spring Roll goes right out for the lead. Mr. Turbo Muffler comes away in second. Super Shark is away racing in third. I Understand is last to the 4 and is way out wide on the perimeter of the first turn. Matt Avenatti being very careful there. I Understand seemed a little uncertain around that first turn, and of course only making his second career start. So Matt just let that horse find himself and settle into a stride, and now catching up with the field. So a very wise and patient drive there by Matt Avenatti with I Understand. But back up at the front of the field, CW Spring Roll is the leader. 32 flat for the opening quarter, 32 seconds flat. CW's Spring Roll leads it by a length. Mr. Turbo Muffler is in second. Super Shark is third by 3/4 of a length. And now I Understand has caught the field and is moving up on the outside to challenge for third. Still 4 lengths from the lead, though. And here comes a challenge for the lead. Mr. Turbo Muffler comes to the outside to put the test to CW's Spring Roll halfway home in this division of the Larry Reed Memorial. CW's Spring Roll leads at a half length. Mr. Turbo Muffler is second. 104 and 4 was the time for the first half mile. 104 and 4. Side by side for the lead. Side by side for third. It's like a high-speed pace lap. Onto the backstretch they go. CW Spring Roll toward the inside leads it by just a neck. And here comes Mr. Turbo Muffler again to challenge the leader, followed by I Understand, who is toward the center of the track in third and now going 3 wide. Super Shark tries to find racing room toward the inside. 2 lengths, covers this field of 4 as they head on to the final turn. CW Spring Roll, the leader. They're 3 wide behind him. 136 and 1 at the 3/4. 136 and 1. CW Spring Roll, a 2-length lead. I Understand far outside. Here comes Super Shark. Super Shark finds an opening between horses and is coming after CW Spring Roll. Super Shark, a nifty move from left to right by Nick Prather to move up, and oh, that's close. That is close. That's going to be a photo finish. Super Shark on the outside or CW Spring Roll on the inside. CW Spring Roll led most of the way, and then Prather, as we mentioned, found an opening with Super Shark when they turned for home. It'll be one of those two. Let's check the time for the mile. 2:05 and 4 is the time for the mile. So we will check with Cindy Titus, our photo finish technician, and confirm the winner in just a moment.
Exciting race there. If you didn't get an opportunity to see the replay, we'll go back and we can show that to you. Boy, they just lost our video feed.
Result of the photo shows the winner to be by a nose. Number 3, Super Shark. Number 3, Super Shark by a nose on the wire in his first career start. Now, the blanket will end up going to Scrappy coming up, who won the earlier division in 2:05 and 1, but that's all right. We're going to have that blanket, that Larry Reed Memorial blanket, down trackside for the winner's circle picture. There's Morgan Binder, our newly crowned Fair Queen. Good to have Morgan with us. The members of Larry Reed's family. It was great to hear from his daughter a moment ago. And how appropriate. I love the fact that that blanket is coordinated to the racing colors of Larry's stable, those blue and white colors that we talked about earlier today. And again, some of us have memories going back to childhood of watching Larry out there racing at the Macon County Fair and around the fair circuit. Well, here's the winner of the race, owned by George Pollock of Rushville, Illinois, and trained and driven by Nick Prather, number 3, Super Shark. How about a hand for the winner? Now Super Shark getting ready to move in for the winner's circle photo, join the folks who have gathered down trackside. This 2-year-old pacer is a gelded son of Revenge Shark out of Park on the Road by Park Place and was bred by
Since holding their first sale 20 years
Carl
ago,
Becker's Fairmeadow Farm.
has become harness racing's
More
leading
folks now moving in
marketplace,
to join
with
the
over 13,000 registered
Winner's Circle
users
celebration
buying and
here.
selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily
Congratulations to
online
owner
auctions.
George
Browse
Pollock.
listings for free
Rushville is a
and buy
great
your
town
next
with a great race.
racehorse
Hello
at
there, Mr. Pollock. How are you, sir? Giving us a wave.
We've changed the way the business works.
Is that Mary Lou Wright? Well, it's good to have the Big Ten president,
Midwest
Mary
Harness
Lou Wright,
Report has been
joining
a
us
strong
from
advocate
the
and
Edgar County
comprehensive
Fair
source
over
for
in
harness
Paris.
racing in the Midwest and
Fantastic.
beyond for over
All
40
kinds
years.
of dignitaries here today.
With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading
helping
the
the
way,
Reed family here
Midwest
with
Harness
the
Report
presentation
brings you the
for
latest
the Winner's
news,
Circle photo for
information,
the Larry
schedules, and
Reed
stats.
Memorial.
Uncover
Yeah, Mr. Pollock
remarkable
comes from
stories
Schuyler
about the
County. They
people
have a
and
marvelous
horses
racing
at the core
tradition
of
over
harness
there.
racing.
They're going to go racing
Midwest
later
Harness
this month
Report
at the
reaches
fair at
thousands
Rushville.
of
Mr.
subscribers
Pollock, well done,
every
sir.
month.
Nice to see you.
For
Mary Lou, good to
advertising
see
and
you.
subscription
And again, our thanks
inquiries,
to everyone with the
call
Reed family. I love the fact when Larry's daughter said, we are here to
1320.
stay.
Or
And we look
visit
forward to visiting more with the
MidwestHarnessReport.com.
Reed family in the years to come. Thank you, one and all. Here is the entire official order of finish from today's 5th race.
Indispensable.
From the top,
Maximum
Mr.
exposure,
Turbo
the
Muffler
best sales
finished
marketing tool.
4.
The easiest way to sell your
CW's
horse for
Spring
top
Roll,
dollar.
the runner-up.
The wave of the
Super
future.
Shark, the winner, I understand, was 3rd. The quarter in 32, the half in 104 and 4. 3 quarters, 136 and 1, and the mile in 205 and 4/5. It reads down 4-2-1-3. 6th race is coming up. It is the first division of the Jerry Foster Memorial, as we remember a past president of the Macon County Fair, who for many years was also the superintendent of speed here for the racing program. A reminder, there's a driver change. Number 4, Ms. Miley. That'll be Jordan Patton. Number 4, Ms. Miley. Make the driver Jordan Patton. Horsemen, come to the track, please, with race number 6.
Again, let me give you the results of that last race that we had here. As Mr. Turbo Muffler is fourth, and number 1 horse, and number 2, CW's Spring Roll finished second. Number 3 horse, Super Shark, won the race. Trainer Nick Prather and driver Nick Prather. And then number 4 horse, I Understand, finished third, and that's what we've got going on. And so with that, it's 4-2-1-3 on your sheet. As we have got things going here. Sorry for the loss of the camera just for a moment, but we've got it back. And I know David's over there working with Lisa a little bit right now. But we want to remind you about some things that are coming up. Advertise with us on Harness Tube. That's really easy. Give David Brink a call, 312-772-5122. Or go to send an email at harnesstube@gmail.com. Send a message through Facebook at HarnessTube or YouTube. Send us a message. That we're glad to have that. You want to know what you would be advertising on? Well, these are the races that we know that we're doing are not yet confirmed as Cambridge, but added was Martinsville on the 26th. We've got some others in between there in the works: Rushville, Knoxville, Henry, Petersburg, Urbana, Lincoln, and the list goes on. We're in Lincoln for a couple of days. Charleston for 3 days. We've got something else in the works in there also to fill that week up. And then Mount Sterling. And so we would love it if you would either advertise with us or donate to keep this free for the people as we are traveling around the state trying to do this. Brainchild of David Brink. He came to me, which I do a thing called BC Hornet Sports in Brown County, where we broadcast about 150 to 200 ball games from Little League on up through high school each year. And so he brought us in for this summer to help with the county racing circuit. But as we get ready, we're ready for race 6. And race 6 looks something like this. And I'm sorry that the screen was not full. Let me go back and show you those screens again so that you can have them. Let's see, where's my, there it is. I'm going to back it up so you can take a look at, again, advertising with us. And then locations. Cambridge, 21st of June is our next race at this point. But we're also looking at something, I think it's before that, the 19th and 20th at a location. We'll have to wait and see on that. And then as the schedule goes on. So let's get back to harness racing. And let's go back to Trace announcer, Kurt Becker.
And number 4, Ms. Miley, is owned by Hart Walker of Jerseyville, Chaz and Bob Walker of Carrollton, Robin Klingler of Carrollton, trained by Bob Walker, and the driver, Jordan Patton. Headed to the gate for race 6. Horsemen stand by at the stable area with race 7. A reminder, race 7, you are on deck, stand by.
Kurt, we were going to introduce a young racing fan who's going to tell us about her first racing experience. What's your name?
Jada. Hi, I'm Larry's great-granddaughter, and I wanted to say something. So I heard a bunch of nice things about him, that he was funny, nice, kind, and I was actually kind of sad because I didn't get to meet him. I was born in 2015, and he died in 2014.
That's very nice. Are you enjoying your first horse race? Was it fun today?
Yes.
Good. Well, thank you for coming out and sharing your experience. That's very nice. So let's hear it for our young horse racing fan.
And Evan, if I understood correctly, that is the great-granddaughter of the late Larry Reed. And you know, she brings up a very good point, because that always is one of the difficult things for young people when they were born after an ancestor has already passed on. And horsemen, I want to remind all of you, that means all of us who did know folks like Larry Reed, we have a responsibility to share those stories, especially when a great-grandchild comes up and says, well, what can you tell me about my great-grandfather? Tell me about his horses. Tell me about watching him race. And that's a great privilege for all of us in the industry to have a chance to share those memories. Right now, they're at the post, the gates rolling for today's 6th race. Also, Evan, did we take care of the pick a winner for race 5?
Just got the results here. It is Rick Detting, I believe. Rick Detting. If that's you, please just wave at us and we'll get you your $5 bill. Rick Detting.
Very good. Thank you, Evan. Here they come for race
Since
6.
holding their first sale 20 years ago.
Good to have you with us on a Saturday afternoon. They are off and pacing. There goes Fox Valley Reagan for the lead. Golden Fort is there toward the inside. Ashley's Amanda comes away in 3rd. And Ms. Miley is out racing in 4th. And Golden Fort is off stride. Golden Fort is on a break while contesting the lead. Now, Golden Fort was positioned on the inside lane of the racetrack. Everybody else was able to move safely by around the outside. By the time it all sorts out, it is Ashley's Amanda who comes up with the race lead at the midpoint of the backstretch. Ashley's Amanda leads it down toward the inside lane now. They all straighten out single file past the quarter. Ashley's Amanda leads by a length and a half. 31 flat for the opening quarter. 31 seconds flat. Fox Valley Reagan is racing second by a length. Ms. Miley is in 3rd, and Golden Fort is last of the 4 after 3/8 of a mile. To the top of the stretch and coming toward the halfway mark in the first of 2 divisions for the Jerry Foster Memorial. And the leader is Ashley's Amanda. Ashley's Amanda and Wyatt Avenetti in the blue, white, and red colors shows the way, leads it by just 1 length. And then Fox Valley Reagan second a length. Ms. Miley third a length. And Golden Fort last of the 4. 102 and 1 for the first half mile. 102 and 1. Around the east turn and over to the backstretch they go. Ashley's Amanda is the leader. A winner twice last year, a winner twice already this year. Ashley's Amanda leads by a length and a half. Here's Ms. Miley moving up on the outside to challenge Fox Valley Reagan for that second position. And then Golden Fort, who is 4th, and now looking to go 3 wide from last, still 3 lengths off the lead, though, as they head on to the final turn. And up front, Ashley's Amanda is the leader. 133 and 2 at the 3 quarters. 133 and 2. Ashley's Amanda leading Ms. Miley by 3 lengths. Ms. Miley's on the outside. She's second by a head. Fox Valley Reagan in 3rd. Golden Fort is 4th. And Ashley's Amanda leads this field all the way down the stretch. It is Ashley's Amanda, number 3, your race winner, winning it by 3 lengths in this division of the Jerry Foster Memorial. Fox Valley Reagan was home second, Ms. Miley 3rd, and Golden Fort was 4th. Good mile, 2:01 and 4. 2:01 and 4/5. Ashley's Amanda, number 3, your unofficial winner. We'll meet the winner shortly. Horsemen, come to the track, please, with race 7. Waiting for Bapa's Last Call, Last Sport Master, Philly's Revenge, and Major Rosita.
Your race 6 pick-a-winner is Jim Kincaid. Jim, if you would raise your hand for us, we'll deliver your $5 bill shortly. There he is. Thank you.
Well, down trackside, here is the winner of race 6, taking the first division of the Jerry Foster Memorial. How about a hand for number 3, Ashley's Amanda, Wyatt Avenatti. Ashley's Amanda is owned by Wyatt, who is based in Chrisman over in the eastern part of the state, and Earl Avenatti, his grandfather, who just climbed off the courtesy vehicle. He's coming trackside as well. He makes his home now in Clinton, Indiana. David Avenatti, Wyatt's dad, Earl's son, is also trackside because he is the trainer of this horse, bred by the Ham Family Trust of Callio, Missouri. This Illinois-bred 3-year-old filly is by Ashley's Big Guy out of Obsession by Liz Mara. Comes in off a big win at the Macoupin County Fair in Carlinville and racks up her second straight here today. Congratulations to the Avenatti family with Ashley's Amanda. And again, Jerry Foster, someone who for many years was the president of the Macon County Fair and was also the head of the racing office here. He was our speed superintendent. And if memory serves, I believe Jerry might have been speed superintendent when they inaugurated the Downstate Classic back in 1992. So he oversaw a lot of innovation here at the fair and did a great job guiding the racing program. Let's go ahead and give you the full field rundown from that 6th race. It is official from the top. Golden Fort finished 4. Fox Valley Reagan, the runner-up. Ashley's Amanda was the winner. Ms. Miley was 3rd. They got the quarter in 31 seconds, the half in 1:02 and 1, 3/4 1:33 and 2, and the mile was 2:01 and 4/5. Good last quarter. They rolled home in 28 and 2/5 seconds. And it reads down 4-2-1-3. Horsemen come to the track, race 7, waiting for Bappa's Last Call, Last Sportmaster, Philly's Revenge, and Major Rosita. Evan Hall just standing here thinking it's always uplifting, I think, to anybody in the horse business when a young person takes an interest and they want to learn and they want to know, such as tell me about my great-grandfather. And you know, you all in Macon County here have had such an amazing racing history. I think maybe some of us need to sit down and we need to document this history. You know, we need to get people together and go back. We need to talk to people. We need to get stories recorded. We need to go back through the record books because you've had so many horsemen, racehorse owners and trainers and drivers right here in Macon County, and I think it is important for those future generations, especially those young people who want to learn about their ancestors and what they did in this great business of harness racing. So I think that's something you and I can talk. We'll talk to some of the other horsemen and maybe get something going. That'd be a good project for the wintertime.
One thing we would announce to the public is that Millikan University here in Decatur has been working with us in the early stages of providing some history students from their department to help find some old history from the Macon County Fair all the way back to 1855. We're asking the public to provide us with photos of fair queens, of reserve and grand champions, of previous fairgrounds, all those things, so that we can make an exhibit for that for the future. So thank you for bringing that up, Kurt. We appreciate that.
Back with you on Harness Tube. Steve Surratt here. David Brink giving Lisa a change over at where she's located at. with the camera, giving her a break and learning how to do that. But don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel at HarnessTube IL. At HarnessTube IL, that's IL as in Illinois, the abbreviation. Go to HarnessTube IL and subscribe, or like us or follow us on Facebook at HarnessTube. That's the two big things. We want to thank our volunteers that have done the videoing beforehand with a phone, tablet, or whatever they've done. We really, really appreciate that as we get ready to go here for race 7 on the books, 6 in the books here as we get ready to go. And we're just thankful for everything that's gone on here today. Great job by Kurt Becker, the track announcer. I want to thank him. I want to thank the fair superintendent, who has been absolutely wonderful with the broadcast and helping us out and getting us set as we get ready to do race 7, as we have 6 in the books of the 14 that or 15 that we're doing today from the Macon County Fair. I can see the transports pulling in with the tractor pulling people. They'd like to get in here, but we've got to be able to see the track visually, not only for me on the video, but also for the judges. And so that's where we're headed at right now. You can go to Facebook. Check out our Facebook page. You can find out some things going on. Go to YouTube, like I said, subscribe, and find those out. And all this stays free because of generous donations, either by advertisers or by people advertising. You can go to Venmo and go to @HarnessTube, or go to PayPal @HarnessTube, or send an old-fashioned check to David Brink. We'll have that information up on the screen here after this next race. Let's take a look at the next race as we get ready to go here. It'll be Bob Papa's last call, Wyatt Evanetti, the driver, trainer Kevin Miller, Last Sports Master Nick Prather, driver and trainer, Phillies Revenge Michael Rogers, driver, the trainer is John Fletcher, and the number 4 horse Major Rosita, driven by Jordan JP2 Patton, and owned by, let's see, Dossie Minor, as I'm looking at the small print on my screen here. But we've got racing going on today, and if you're in the area, ITPA tractor pulling tonight here at the fair. Want to encourage you, county fairs all over the state. Make a day trip. Take it with your family. Go to the fairs, folks. Enjoy the fair food. Enjoy some family entertainment. Clean, whether it's demolition derbies, whether it's rodeo, like they had that 2,500 people here last night for the rodeo that was going on. It could be tractor pulling. I just know from my experience, my wife is a generation, she was a farm family, and their vacations essentially were going to the county fairs. When the Western Illinois Fair at Griggsville was the first fair, they used to have harness racing, and it's a neat sport, and there's very knowledgeable people that are willing, that are in the stands, that'll talk to you and educate you and help you with that as far as that goes. You know, I've been around harness racing for several years now, but I'm picking up new stuff as we go here because I'm more intimately involved in it. And you get attached to drivers, you get attached to trainers, maybe owner. Maybe you know somebody that owns a stake in a horse, or somebody from your hometown community that you used to live in. You know, you can find a lot of that on the harness racing sites online. There's a call to the gate for this race number 7 of the Macon County Fair, the second day of racing here. They had the Illinois Stakes on Wednesday with some huge purses. Purse for this one is $1,362, and it's a 3-year-old fillies. 3-year-old fillies on this, so you got some experienced horses here and mature horses. So with that, we're going to go ahead and go to Kurt Becker.
And we'll meet the starters in just a moment. Thank you once again to our friends at Harness Tube, bringing you live coverage of today's races. Again, if you have friends and family who could not be here in person, give them a call, send them a text, alert them to the fact. All they have to do is go to youtube.com, enter Harness Tube in the search field, and they can pull up a live telecast of today's races, a live stream, courtesy of our friends at Harness Tube. Steve and Lisa Surratt and David Brink bringing you all the action. Well, let's meet the starters for race 7. Number 1 is Bappa's Last Call, owned by Kevin Miller of Arthur, Lester Detweiler of Sullivan, trained by Kevin Miller, Wyatt Avenatti in the bike. 2 is Last Sportmaster, owned by David and Adam Brooks of Cambridge, trained by Nick Prather. Nick Prather is driving. 3 is Philly's Revenge, owned by Nan Turner of Argenta, trained by John Fletcher. The driver is Mike Rogers. And number 4, Major Rosita, owned by Carla Santos of Springfield, trained by Dossie Minor, and the driver is Jordan Patton. Headed to the starting gate for race 7, a lineup that includes the Downstate Classic winner, Philly's Revenge, who goes by the grandstand right now with Mike Rogers in those red, white, and black driving colors. Philly's Revenge, winner here on Wednesday by a nose in 159 flat to capture the Downstate Classic, going to try to come right back and add a Big Ten Stakes victory to that resume.
Back with you for a few moments as we get ready to go racing here again by Papa's Last Call. And we'll go back to Kirk.
7 horsemen be ready at the barns with race 8. Stand by, horsemen. Race 8, you are on deck. Again, a big show coming up here tonight, beginning at 7 o'clock. The ITPA with a truck and tractor pull here this evening. They've already made stops at the Pike County Fair in Pleasant Hill and the Macoupin County Fair in Carlinville, so just the third stop of the 2023 campaign for the ITPA truck and tractor pull action here tonight at 7. That will be a big show, and that'll be a lot of fun. Horsemen, again, we do appreciate your cooperation. You're doing a terrific job getting these fields to the track and to the starting gate, and I know the ITPA organizers, administrators, and competitors appreciate that as well, as their goal is they would like to be able to start setting up on the infield for the makeshift pit area beginning by about 4 o'clock. And so far, you're keeping us on schedule to wrap up the card probably at about that time. At the post, gates rolling, second division of the Jerry Foster Memorial. Gate is rolling. Again, Mitch Titus, our official starter today from Charleston, Illinois, and Jerry Young of Memphis, Tennessee, steering that starting gate to the top of the home stretch. Here they come, race 7. They are off and pacing, and there goes the Downstate Classic winner, Philly's Revenge, right out for the early lead. Quickly gets to the front, gets over to the inside lane of the racetrack, and saves ground around the first turn. Bappa's Last Call goes second around the turn, Major Rosita third, and Last Sportmaster had a couple of awkward steps there moving into the turn and lost some ground to the top 3. So Last Sportmaster is now 7 lengths from the second last horse as they go by the quarter-mile mark. Philly's Revenge is on top. Leads it by a length. Bappa's Last Call is second a length. Major Rosita is third. And then a gap of 3.5 more lengths back to Last Sportmaster, who is catching up to the field in fourth. 32 flat was the time for the opening quarter, 32 seconds flat. Phillies Revenge has the lead, shows the way by a length and a half after 3/8 of a mile. Bappa's Last Call rates right in behind the leader in second position, and then Major Rosita in third, and Last Sportmaster last of the four as they are halfway home in race 7. Phillies Revenge on top, and Mike Rogers keeping a very tight grip on the reins of that filly, trying to get her to restrain her speed as they head back to the east side of the course. First half, 105 flat. 105 flat. Well, so here's the situation, folks. When you let Phillies Revenge get by with a 105 first half, that means she's probably going to have plenty of energy left in the tank, and she's going to be a handful to try to catch from here. She got by with a stroll in the park for that first half mile, and she's only got a quarter mile to go, and she leads it by a length. That is Phillies Revenge leading Bappa's Last Call. Major Rosita to the outside from third. 138 flat at the 3/4. Last Sportmaster is in fourth. Midway on the final turn, Phillies Revenge the leader, and she leads it by 2. She leads it by 3 lengths to the top of the stretch. Bappa's Last Call is in a tussle for second with Major Rosita. Last Sportmaster is fourth. It is Phillies Revenge, owned right here in Macon County, cruising on home to win it here in the Jerry Foster Memorial. Phillies Revenge won it by 4 lengths. Bappa's Last Call hung on for second by a head over Major Rosita third, and then Last Sportmaster was fourth. 206 and 3. 206 and 3/5 of a second. That means the Jerry Foster Memorial Blanket will go to the Avenatti stable for the faster winning mile back in race 6 with Ashley's Amanda, but we will meet the winner here trackside for race 7 in just a moment.
7 pick a winner is Skeet Waller. Race 7 pick a winner, Skeet Waller. Please raise your hand and we will distribute your $5 bill. Skeet Waller, right here. Congratulations, sir.
Good to have Patsy Fryman here today. Patsy, I see that you brought a friend, I'm guessing, from the photography club. Is that possible? Yeah. Patsy Fryman has become a photographer of harness racing over the last couple of summers, and in fact, she has served as the winner's circle photographer over at the Illinois State Fairgrounds for some racing that has taken place there earlier this spring. And Patsy told us, she said that she is a member of a photography club here in Decatur, and they have found that harness racing makes for a great sport for action shots. That does not surprise us one bit, and it's been fun to see Patsy and her friends here today at the races. Good to have you with us. Just about ready to meet the winner of race 7, and the courtesy vehicle is making its way up the home stretch here in front of the grandstand as we get ready to greet Phillies Revenge, winner here in race 7. And that has been quite a filly for owner-breeder Nan Turner of nearby Argenta. And now here in front of the stands is the winner of race 7, taking this division of the Jerry Foster Memorial, the Big Ten 3-year-old filly Pace. How about a hand for Macon County's own Phillies Revenge? John Fletcher, the trainer, Mike Rogers, the driver. There's John at the head of this horse. Here comes owner Nan Turner. And there's the Jerry Foster Memorial Blanket, green with white lettering and trim, reminiscent of his own stable colors. Of course, Jerry was an owner, a breeder, a trainer, and a driver of harness horses, in addition to being president of the fair and superintendent of speed. This 3-year-old filly is by Revenge Shark out of Incredible Filly by Sagebrush, and of course Nan Turner and John Fletcher raced Incredible Filly, who won the Downstate Classic here 10 years ago. So this entire family has been really, really good for Nan and for John, and they've done a great job managing the horses that have come from this particular pedigree. That is win number 11 for Phillies Revenge. Mike Rogers, your winning driver. Here's the full field rundown for race 7. From the top of the page, Bappa's Last Call was the runner-up. Last Sportmaster finished 4. Phillies Revenge, the winner. And Major Rosita was 3rd. The quarter, 32 flat. The half, 105 flat. 3 quarters, 138 flat. And the time for the mile, 2:06 and 3/5. Reads down 2:4:13. If memory serves, trainer John Fletcher had a background in the show horse world before becoming a standardbred trainer. So John is a guy that knows how to fit and prep a horse, whether it's for show purposes or for racing purposes, and he's done a great job with Phillies Revenge. Race number 8 is on the way. There are no scratches in race 8. Just a reminder, the driver of number 5, Isle Coach, is Matt Avenetti. Number 5, Isle Coach, the driver, Matt Avenetti. He will drive number 5. Horsemen, you may come to the track. Play to Rock, Sage's Revenge, Stars With You, Midnight Chrome, and Isle Coach come to the track, please.
I want to talk to you a few moments about being a donor, keeping this free to people. You can do that by donating to Harness Tube. You can do that by going to Venmo and at Harness Tube on Venmo or at Harness Tube on PayPal. Or send David Brink a check at P.O. Box 63, Mount Sterling, Illinois, 62353. 62353, the zip code on that. Or if you're wanting to know more information about what we're doing, go to harnesstube@gmail.com. Harnesstube@gmail.com. Send him a message. He will do that. Also, today we haven't had a lot of backstretch information from people. We'd like to hear from the backstretch or from you at home. Want to know? We'll give you a shout out on the air. If you got a comment on the race or the broadcast, want to make a prediction on the upcoming race, tell us what kind of fair food you like or who you're rooting for as far as driver, trainer, or owner. We would love to hear from you on that as far as that's concerned. Beautiful day for horse racing today. As we get ready for number 8, we'll be back and we'll allow our track announcer to say some things while we get prepared for race 8.
OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Midwest Harness Report has been a strong advocate and comprehensive source for harness racing in the Midwest and beyond for over 40 years. With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading the way, Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information, schedules, and stats. Uncover remarkable stories about the people and horses at the core of harness racing. Midwest Harness Report reaches thousands of subscribers every month. For advertising and subscription inquiries, call 765-212-1320 or visit MidwestHarnessReport.com.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Sorry, I didn't come back after the commercial. But again, give us an email at harnestube@gmail.com and send us. If you're new to harness racing, let us know. Say, hey, I'm new. I'm watching from Davenport, Iowa, or hey, I'm watching from Mississippi, or I'm watching from here. We want to get an idea who our audience is out here for this as we get ready to go. There's been a delay here as Matt Avanetti needed to get his horse warmed up. And, last minute, we see a last minute driver changes happening where somebody comes up and says, I need you to run my horse in the 8th race. Well, if you're running in the 7th race, that means you got to get your horse back to the stall. You got to get switched up and get going. And so we're a little delay here, but we're doing pretty good on time. We're about at the 2-hour mark, almost 2 hours, and we're ready to do race 8. We've got 15 on the card for you today, and we need to push to get done in order for the ITPA tractor pull going on tonight within what's going on here. And so again, that's coming up as we get ready to go here for harness racing. Race number 8. We're a little about the halfway mark right now. And we'll move along faster, I think, here as we go. Starting gate, I haven't seen him yet. Shout out to my wife, Lisa Surratt, doing the video work. I think David Brink is over there learning how to do that. And so we're going to go back to the track announcer.
Miller in Cumberland County. So if anything goes wrong, we're going to blame Randy, and we're going to send Mike right to your door. Is that all right, Randy? He says, fine with me. Well, Mike was a pretty good competitor back in the day, as I recall. He was very good. Twin turbine power setup, yeah, that's two-wheel drive trucks after that. Yeah, Mike Miller. And it'll be fun to welcome Mike and the whole ITPA gang here this evening. 7 o'clock will be our starting time. We will go ahead and parade to the post because we saw Matt Avanetti go off the track, and we know he's just about ready to come onto the racetrack now that he's finished up that warm-up mile. Here we go, parading to the post. Right on cue, number 5 comes right onto the track over on the far turn, so let's go ahead and meet the starters. Cassidy Tarter of Canton, Illinois is our parade marshal. She's atop her registered quarter horse, Lena, guiding the field to the post for race 8. First division of the Robert Wickline Memorial in the Big Ten 3-year-old colt and gelding pace. Number 1, Play to Rock, owned by William Weinberger, Bill Weinberger of Martinsville, trained and driven by Alan Finn. 2, Sage's Revenge, owned by Freddie Patton Jr. of Clinton, Mississippi, trained by Jordan Patton, Freddie Patton Jr. in the bike. 3 Stars with You, owned by Wayne Brown of Mason, Tennessee. He's the trainer. Jamaica Patton, the driver. 4 Midnight Chrome is owned by Kevin and Alan Miller of Arthur, trained by Kevin Miller. The driver is Wyatt Avanetti. And number 5, Isle Coach, owned by Nancy and Donald Musalami of Lamont, Illinois, trained by Kevin Miller. Contrary to the program, the driver is Matt Avanetti. The Robert Wickline Memorial. Robert was a resident of Decatur, a native of the Decatur area. He was a racehorse owner and was talking to some folks here on Wednesday when we were here for the Downstate Classic, and they were reminiscing about some of the pacers that Robert owned that raced the Illinois Fair Circuit. He owned an interest in a horse named Meg's Tomboy that won a lot of county fair races back in the early 1990s, broke a number of track records. He was one of the partners on that horse. I think he also owned an interest in that pacing filly named Rolling Reba, who raced back in that same era. But Meg's Tomboy won, I think, 15 races one summer, just up and down the state on the fair circuit, and just could blaze around these county fair half-mile tracks. And we remember Robert Wickline with races 8 and 9, the 2 divisions of the Big Ten 3-year-old colt and gelding pace. Horses are turning to the gate, getting ready to line up for the start.
want to thank all you folks that have taken the time to watch or listen today. Hope you're having a great time doing so. Again, we want to encourage you, support harness racing, support county fairs. Go out to your local county fair, support what's going on there. Enjoy the great, clean family entertainment. Rides for the kids, grandstand shows. Some of them have music grandstand shows, harness racing.
They are at the post, and the gate is rolling. Midnight Chrome was runner-up here on Wednesday in the Downstate Classic. Behind Fox Valley Steeler, Midnight Chrome paced a mile in 1:57.3. I tell you, when I was a kid in the 70s, if you had said you could pace a county fair track in 1:57.3, but you wouldn't win, people would have never believed it. It is amazing how fast these horses are. Here they come, race 8. They are off and pacing. There goes Sage's Revenge. There goes Stars With You out for the lead. Play to Rock was a few lengths back off the gate and drops out to the back of the pack. There's Midnight Chrome, a 3-wide move into the first turn. It is still 3 across the track contesting the lead. You've got Stars With You there between horses who leads it by a neck. Wyatt Avenatti slams on the brakes on Midnight Chrome now, backs up and finds an opening to drop in to draft in behind the leader in the second position as they go by the quarter. Sage's Revenge along the inside lane in third. Isle Coach is a close fourth, and then a gap of nearly 10 more lengths back to Play to Rock, who's last of the 5. 30 and 1/5 for the opening quarter. 30 and 1/5. Stars With You shows the way and leads it by just 1 length. Midnight Chrome is racing in the second position. Sage's Revenge goes third. Here comes Midnight Chrome now. Midnight Chrome was used pretty hard with a 3-wide move into the first turn. Then Wyatt Avenatti gave this horse a breather on the backstretch, and now he says it's time to go, and Midnight Chrome moves on by and regains the lead after a half mile here in race 8. 1 minute and a fifth. 1 minute and a fifth, the time for the first half mile. Midnight Chrome leads it by a length onto the backstretch. Stars With You is now in the second position. Isle Coach has moved up into third. Sage's Revenge has lost a couple of positions and is struggling to keep up in fourth. It's a long way back. Play to Rock, another 20 lengths. And here comes Isle Coach. So the Avenatti brothers are 1-2. Wyatt leads with Midnight Chrome. The margin's 3 lengths. Isle Coach is second for Matt Avenatti. 1:30 and 4/5. The time of the 3 quarters, 1 minute 30 and 4/5 seconds. Sage's Revenge just broke stride back in that fourth position, but they turn for home. Midnight Chrome leading Isle Coach, 3.5 lengths between these two. The Avenatti brothers are going to finish 1-2. Wyatt will win with Midnight Chrome for trainer Kevin Miller. Midnight Chrome wins it by 3.5 lengths on the line. Isle Coach was second. It was another 15 lengths back to Stars With You in third, another 8 lengths back of that one, Sage's Revenge fourth, and another 7 lengths back of that one, Play to Rock was fifth.
1:59 and 2.
Fastest mile of the day so far, 1:59 and 2. 1 minute, 59 and 2/5 seconds. Midnight Chrome, your winner. Horsemen, you may come to the track with race 9. We're looking for Brian's Rockin' Dog, Deputy Dog, Fox Valley Falcon, and Foxman. Come to the track.
Our winner is Jeff Childress. Jeff, if you're in the stands here, please wave to us, and we will bring you your shiny new $5 bill.
And Evan, I noticed that the Fair Queen took a ride in the starting gate. Morgan, did you enjoy it? And that's an interesting close-up view, isn't it?
Tell us about your experience. Was it fun?
Yeah, it was really fun. You can see their faces as they're getting ready to go. They look focused.
Boy, that's for sure. You can see how competitive. See the looks on the faces of the drivers and the horses, for that matter. Boy, when those horses, when those nostrils start to flare and they set their mind on business, they know what they were born and bred to do. That is for sure. Well, it's been a good day for Wyatt Avenatti. That's his third driving win on the card. How about a hand for the winner, number 4, Midnight Chrome. And congratulations to Kevin and Alan Miller of Arthur. Trainer Kevin Miller. Kevin told us on Wednesday he considers this his home fair. He remembers coming here to watch his cousins, Irvin and Andy Miller, a number of years ago when they were starting their careers on the Illinois Fair Circuit. They are now both based on the East Coast and rank among the leading trainers and drivers in the sport. And Kevin told us, he said, it means a lot to me to come back to this fair and go racing. Spotted Daryl Miller down trackside. Good to see Daryl here today as well. Midnight Chrome, yet another winner, sired by some star somewhere, who is having a good day with his offspring here today. Fox Valley Standardbreds bred this winner, who is out of the dam Tosca, Hanover, by Cam's Card Shark. 8th career win for Midnight Chrome, who last year was the winner of the County Fair Championship, the County Fair Challenge down at the DuQuoin State Fair. Last half in 59-1, last quarter in 28-3 for a mile in 159-2 to capture this division of the Robert Wickline Memorial. Full field rundown coming up. And here's the full field rundown from race 8. From the top, Play to Rock finished 5. Sage's Revenge was 4. Stars with You finished 3. Midnight Chrome, the winner. Isle Coach was the runner-up. The quarter, 30 and a fifth. The half in a minute, 1/5. 3 quarters in 1 minute, 30 and 4/5 seconds. And the time for the mile, 1 minute, 59 and 2/5 seconds. Reads down 5:43.12. So that's going to be a tough time to beat in order to capture that Robert Wickline Memorial blanket. 1:59.2 is the standard. Race number 9 is on the way. No changes in the 9th race.
Midwest Harness is a strong advocate and comprehensive source for harness racing in the Midwest and beyond for over 40 years. With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading the way, Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information, schedules, and stats. Uncover remarkable stories about the people and horses at the core of harness racing. Midwest Harness Report reaches thousands of subscribers every month. For advertising and subscription inquiries, call 765-212-1320 or visit MidwestHarnessReport.com.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Midwest Harness Report has been a strong advocate and comprehensive
Back with you on Harness Tube. Back at the Macon County Fair. Second day of racing. Brian's Rock Dog, driven by Freddie J.R. Patton. And Freddie J.R. Patton is also the trainer. Deputy Dog, Jamaica J.P. Patton, both driver and trainer. Fox Valley Falcon, Michael Rogers, and with Tom Simmons as the trainer. Foxman, Wyatt Avanetti, and Kevin Miller, the trainer. We're back to the track announcer.
Folks who own stallions in this state, they pay close attention to these county fair stakes races. Been a pretty good afternoon for two sires in particular on the pacing side, Revenge Shark and Some Star Somewhere, with 3 winners apiece. 2 winners each bred by Fox Valley Standardbreds and Fairmeadow Farm. Other winners today by Ashley's Big Guy, regrettably a sire that's no longer with us. He died about a year and a half ago. And a nice win for a horse with his first Illinois crop, Hypnotic Blue Chip, siring Delight Moon, winner back in the 3rd race today. So no doubt folks are going to be paying attention to these results as they make their plans for the sales coming up later this year. And we remind you that the Land of Lincoln yearling sale at Walker Standardbreds in Sherman will take place this year on Labor Day weekend. That'll be on Saturday, September 2nd at the beautiful Walker Standardbreds Farm in Sherman, Illinois, near Springfield. And then the Illini Classic yearling sale will take place on Labor Day. That'll be on Monday, September the 4th at the Illinois State Fairgrounds. Horses are on the track for today's 9th race, the 2nd division of the Illinois Big Ten Colt Stakes, 3-year-old Colt and Gelding Pace, 2nd division of the Robert Bob Wickline Memorial. No changes in race number 9. Before we meet the starters, we want to take a moment and give a tip of the hat to the track conditioning crew here at the Macon County Fair. They have done a terrific job. This racing surface was just absolutely fantastic for the Downstate Classic, and again, a fast track here today. And we want the track crew to know there's another reason why we point out that we recognize what a great job you've done, and we'll explain that in just a moment. It goes beyond fast times. It goes beyond a fast track. There's another reason that we recognize you've done a great job. We'll explain it in just a moment. First of all, here are the starters for race 9. Brian's Rockin' Dog, owned by Brian and Candy Herzog of Beecher City, trained and driven by Freddie Patton Jr. 2 is Deputy Dog, owned by Dietrich Kelly of Canton, Mississippi, trained and driven by Jamaica Patton. 3, Fox Valley Falcon, owned by Peter Uribe of Moline, Danny Clark of Mineral Point, Wisconsin, Benita Simmons of Springfield, trained by Tom Simmons, the driver Mike Rogers, and number 4, Foxman, owned by Brian Lohman of Broadlands, Kevin Miller of Arthur, trained by Kevin Miller. Wyatt Avanetti is in the bike. Horsemen stand by with race 10. You are on deck. Pick a winner, players. A reminder, there's a scratch in that 10th race, and we want to remind you, in race 10, scratch number 3, YF Starlight. Pick a winner, players. A reminder, in race number 10, scratch number 3, YF Starlight. Just a reminder about that scratch in race 10. Okay, here, track crew, here's another reason. Not just the fast track and the fast times, but there's something that horsemen often talk about when they judge a racetrack. And horsemen will say, can a horse win on that track no matter if that horse goes right to the front or likes to wait and come late from off the pace? And the point of that is the footing good in every lane of the racetrack, not just on the inside lane? And here's the thing. If you go back and look at the charts from the Downstate Classic or look at the charts from today, there are horses that have been winning going right to the front and leading every step of the way, and there are horses that have also won with huge rallies. We saw that quite a bit here on Wednesday, and that is one of the key aspects that the horsemen look at. Not just is the track fast, but is every lane of that racetrack smooth and evenly conditioned. because one of the great ways you can make that judgment call are horses able to win no matter what their racing style might be. And folks, you look at the races we had Wednesday, you look at the races today, huge kudos to the track crew because, as horsemen like to say, this racetrack plays fair. Track crew, well done. Much appreciated. And I know the horsemen appreciate it as well. At the post, gates rolling, race 9. Also, horseman purse checks are available from today's first 6 races. Our good friend Tina Schrock, the Secretary-Treasurer of the Midwestern Illinois Racing Association, she's lending a hand here to the Big Ten and to the Macon County Fair. She is positioned at a table underneath a shade tree near the top of the home stretch. Purse checks ready and waiting for races 1 through 6. Here they come. Race 9 lined up, ready to go. Horsemen, be ready with race 10. Stand by. They are off and pacing. There goes Brian's Rockin' Dog, and there goes Deputy Dog. Those two go right out for the early lead. Freddie Patton Jr. and his nephew, Jamaica Patton, going at it for the top spot early. And now Deputy Dog moves on by for Jamaica. Deputy Dog makes the top, leads it by a length, heading onto the backstretch. Brian's Rockin' Dog is second by 2 lengths. Fox Valley Falcon is third by 2. And Foxman content to trail here in the early going in this division of the Bob Wickline Memorial. Opening quarter is in the books, and the leader, Deputy Dog. Deputy Dog leads it by a length. Brian's Rockin' Dog goes second by a length. Fox Valley Falcon third. 31-2 for the opening quarter. 31-2. Foxman last of the 4, racing about 4 to 5 lengths from the leader. After 3/8 of a mile, Deputy Dog continues to show the way. Deputy Dog leads it by a length. Brian's Rockin' Dog is in second, a length and a half. And then Fox Valley Falcon is third by 2 lengths, and Foxman is last of the 4. But right there with the rest, they continue to go nose to tail, single file along the inside lane of the racetrack. Deputy Dog, the leader. 103 flat for the first half mile. 103 flat. No one stepping out of line just yet. Now that's going to change. Here comes Brian's Rockin' Dog. Freddie Patton Jr. says it's time to make the move and come after Deputy Dog and challenge for the lead. Here comes Fox Valley Falcon up the inside. Here comes Foxman from the back on the far outside. A length and a half separates 4 horses with a quarter mile to go. It is anybody's horse race. Deputy Dog has a narrow lead. Brian's Rockin' Dog is right alongside. 134-4 at the 3 quarters. 134-4. Foxman going to have to angle way out wide around the far turn. Fox Valley Falcon still looking for room toward the inside. Deputy Dog still leads it by almost a full length. Brian's Rockin' Dog. Here comes Foxman. Foxman is coming fast, but the wire is coming. Deputy Dog. Foxman. Deputy Dog wins it. Deputy Dog by almost a full length on the line. Then Foxman and Brian's Rockin' Dog. Fox Valley Falcon was 4th. The time for the mile.
2:03 and 1.
Thank you, Pete Skeffington. 2:03 and 1/5. 2:03 and 1. Deputy Dog, a very gutsy victory. His 11th career win. Horsemen, you may come to the track with race 10. Race 10, Avenetti.
Sorry, folks, there for the drop in the internet. That's the first time that's happened in 4 days. And so we should be back on the air and running good now. I'm hoping that things are running good now. But we'll get some feedback on that. A shout out as I kind of go back and reset some things. Again, we apologize. And hope that didn't affect the end of the race. But I'm sorry if it did. Those technical glitches happen, and we don't have any control over it. And so just pray, again, things went well. We got back on, and things are back up and running now. But back we are with harness racing. That was race 9. If you missed the results, the number 1 horse, Brian's Rockin' Dog, was 3rd. Number 2 horse, Deputy Dog, was 1st. The 3 horse Fox Valley Falcon was 4th, and The four-house Foxman was in second place. The times look like this: 31 and 2, 103 even, 134 and 4, and 203 and 1 in your post times. And so with that, we'll move on to some other business that we have here. With that, we appreciate, again, everybody that is watching and listening. And again, you have those technical glitches. I was even watching the NASCAR race the other day, and the same things happened. You know, there are things out of our control. But, hey, we want you to advertise with us. Come along and join us in partnership in advertising with us on Harness Tube. You can do that by reaching out to David Brink at harnestube@gmail.com, harnestube@gmail.com, or 312-772-5122. And you want to say, well, what am I paying for? Well, unfortunately, you've missed 4 days of racing so far, but we got a lot more on board. We're in the works of about a total of 21 or 22 county fairs that we're looking at dates as far as harness racing is concerned. The next one right now on the calendar is in Cambridge on the 21st, but we are also looking at a couple of dates on the 19th and 20th at getting some places. Martinsville is added on the 26th, and so we're glad to be going to those places. You can see full list there, and as we come up, more coming up. We end the harness season for us right now at the Brown County Fair, our home, but we're able to do that because people donate or advertise with us. And if you'd like to just donate, again, go to Venmo or PayPal, either one, and do @Harness Tube, Venmo, PayPal, or send David Brink a message, and he can give you the address of the P.O. Box to send a check to Harness Tube. That is a call to the gates, so we'll turn it back over to Kurt Becker here in just a couple of moments.
Getting ready for race number 10 as the horses continue coming to the track. A reminder, number 3, YF Starlight, is a scratch. A reminder, number 3, YF Starlight is a scratch. The driver of the 4, GJ's Sunday Star, will be Matt Avenatti. Matt Avenatti will drive number 4, GJ's Sunday Star. Number 5, True Fortune, will join the field in just a moment. Wyatt Avenatti is currently warming up a horse on the racetrack, and of course he is scheduled to drive, so as soon as we have that horse, we'll be ready to go. In fact, Wyatt now moving by the stands right now. And Wyatt is one of the many horsemen that's very busy here today. And again, horsemen, we do appreciate it. We know you've all had a lot on your plate here today, getting horses warmed up. Some of you have horses to train, then horses to drive, if not both. And we do appreciate the fact you've done such a great job of getting these horses onto the racetrack in such a timely fashion. As we move into this portion of the card, the pacing races have wrapped up for the day. Now we move into the Big Ten trotting races, and we start here with the Jack Whiteside Memorial. Jack is someone who for many years back in the 1970s was the superintendent of speed here at the Macon County Fair. In fact, I believe he may have been in charge of the racing office back at the time of the inaugural Illinois Stallion Stakes back in the early 1970s. Of course, he was a trainer, a driver, an owner, and a breeder of standardbred racehorses. Raced a lot of horses in the Big Ten over the years. Had a trotting filly named Super Moon, a homebred filly that Jack and his wife Shirley raced in the early 1980s. Some of you might remember when Super Moon won here. You remember back when we raced in late July, and we would start on a Thursday and then close on a Sunday, and Super Moon actually won 4 heats that year at the fair. One on opening night and one again on closing day. Won a race for trotters, a conditioned race, and then came back and won the Big Ten 3-year-old trot. So we remember Jack Whiteside, and I'm wondering how many folks remember seeing Jack work as a bid spotter and auctioneer at the Midwest Speed Sales at the Illinois State Fairgrounds. Absolutely. And with Colonel Bob Moffett, you bet, those guys would ascend that auction stand and they would sell and they would catch bids. We remember Jack Whiteside. We'll go ahead and parade to the post here. And again, number 5 will be along very shortly to join the field. We'll go ahead and parade to the post for race 10. Number 1 is Danish Dreamboat, owned by the Flacco family farms of Alexis, of Dr. Richard and Arlene Flacco, and Rick and Tabby Flacco, trained by Jill Brown, Chris Brown in the bike. 2 is Madam Full Charge, owned by David Brown of Harrisburg, trained and driven by Alan Finn. Number 3 is Scratched. Number 4, GJ's Sunday Star, owned by Mike Davison of Annapolis, Gary Crumrin of West Union, trained by Cassidy Witten. A reminder, the driver is Matt Avenatti. And completing the field is number 5, and that is True Fortune, who will join the field here very shortly. Owned by Milton Greer of Jackson, Tennessee. The trainer is Leroy Hunt, and the driver will be Wyatt Avenatti.
We want to announce that Rick and Sandy Prather are watching from Rushville, Illinois. Of course, watching Nick. Hey, hello to you guys out there. And we're glad that you're on board and able to watch from your home today and keep in touch with the harness racing going on here at the Macon County Fair. If you'd like to do a shout out to us, where you're watching, who you're watching, any of those things, send it to harnesstube@gmail.com. harnesstube@gmail.com. And so with that, we're going to go back to the track announcer as we're getting ready to go. Talk to you. We'll be back.
Couple of other horsemen to finish up their warm-up miles as well. So all good, ready to go. Number 5, True Fortune, is coming to the racetrack. It's always an interesting perspective, folks. If you've never watched today's races from back in the stable area, it is like controlled chaos. If you take a seat in the grandstand, you kind of get to enjoy the sights and sounds of the fair. You look off, if you're in the grandstand, towards your left, and the carnival is up and going and full swing, and it's kind of a nice, relaxing afternoon. But if you go back to that stable area, it is nonstop, a beehive of activity, and it seems like there are always people running here and running there and hustling to get one horse onto the track, the other horse off the track, unhitch the race bike from this one, hitch it up to that one. It is amazing, all of the activity that goes on. So again, we salute the men and women of the Illinois racing community. Great job here today as race 10 just about set to go to the post here at 1:30 local Central Time. They are at the post, and the gate is rolling for race 10. Folks, how about it? Those of you here in the stands, are you having a good time at the races this afternoon? Well, it's good to have you with us. We appreciate your spending your Saturday with us here at the Macon County Fair. More great racing to come, and then the ITPA truck and tractor pull here tonight at 7 o'clock. Gate is rolling. Race number 10 up on the west end of the track. First division of the Illinois Big Ten 2-year-old filly trot, and first division of the Jack Whiteside Memorial. 1/8 of a mile from the start. Jack Whiteside, those blue and yellow colors that he wore when he drove, some of us remember those days very, very well. Always enjoyed watching him compete. Here they come, race 10. They are off and trotting. There goes Danish Dreamboat for the lead from that inside starting spot. True Fortune is right there up on the outside as they head down into the first turn. GJ's Sunday Star is away in third. Now, Danish Dreamboat is off stride. Danish Dreamboat was off stride along the inside lane while contesting the lead. Chris Brown alertly moves that horse to the perimeter of the first turn and lets everybody else safely file by. That will leave True Fortune all alone on the lead with a 6-length margin back to GJ's Sunday Star, who races in the second position. In fact, now nearly 10 lengths separate the top two, and then there's another gap of a dozen lengths or so back to Danish Dreamboat in third, and Madam Full Charge is fourth. 34 and 4. Time for the opening quarter. 34 and 4/5 seconds. True Fortune is the leader, 3/8 of a mile in the books. True Fortune here in race 10 this afternoon at the Macon County Fair. The lead is out to 15 lengths. GJ Sunday Star is racing in the second position. Danish Dreamboat just broke stride. That allowed Madam Full Charge to move up, at least for the time being, into third. And Danish Dreamboat now tries to recover and moves back up from fourth on the outside. All of that is well behind our leader, True Fortune, who leads it by 8 lengths. 108 flat for the first half mile, 108 flat. It is True Fortune who continues to show the way as they swing around that east turn and once again head onto the back straightaway here at Decatur. True Fortune, Wyatt Avenatti, looking for yet another driving victory here this afternoon. He's already racked up several, and True Fortune leads, but the other Avenatti, Matt, is beginning to close some ground with GJ Sunday Star. Folks, that lead had been as much as a dozen lengths. Now it's down to 5 lengths as they head onto the far turn. It is True Fortune who still leads it, though. 142-2 at the 3/4. It is True Fortune the leader, 1/8 of a mile to go. GJ Sunday Star has made up a lot of ground and is still coming on the outside, folks. This race isn't over yet. Here comes GJ Sunday Star, and the brothers Avenatti are side by side at the Macon County Fair. True Fortune inside, GJ Sunday Star to the outside. Stride for stride, GJ Sunday Star gets up by a neck. GJ Sunday Star gets it by a neck on the line. True Fortune had to settle for second. Matt Avenatti gets the better of his brother Wyatt in the final strides as Danish Dreamboat comes across third, and Madam Full Charge was fourth. 2:14 and 2 was the time for the mile. 2:14 and 2/5, your unofficial winner, number 4, GJ Sunday Star. Horsemen, you may come to the track with race 11. Hocus Pocus and Focus, Amanda Chip, GJ Lindegrit, Hope Forever come to the track for race 11.
Our race 10 pick a winner, Lynn Denham. Please put your hand in the air. There she is up top. You're going to get a $5 bill.
Now returning in front of the stands, here's the winner of race 10. How about a hand for number 4, GJ Sunday Star? Congratulations to owners Mike Davison of Annapolis, Gary Crumrun of West Union, trainer Cassidy Witten, and driver Matt Avenatti. GJ Sunday Star, a 2-year-old filly by Desjarbro, out of Goodness Grace by Conway Hall, bred by Glenn Ray Jess and Christy Jess and Jason Jess. Second career start and first career win. The time for the mile, 2 minutes 14 and 2/5 seconds. Trainer Cassidy Witten, the former Cassidy Malloy, grew up in a harness racing family in southeastern Illinois, down in Edwards County. Her grandmother drove in races here at Macon County. Her grandfather drove in races here. And Cassidy, a fine horsewoman herself, the winning trainer, Matt Avenatti. Matt, congratulations. Judge, are we official? Thank you, Mr. Callahan. We are official, and here is the full field rundown for race 10. Danish Dreamboat was third. Madam Full Charge finished fourth. YF Starlight was scratched. GJ Sunday Star, the winner. True Fortune was the runner-up. They got the quarter, 34 and 4/5 seconds. The half in 108. 3/4, 142 and 2/5. The time for the mile, 2:14 and 2. Reads down 3-4 scratch. 1-2. GJ's Sunday Star reminding us don't ever give up, folks, because that filly at one point looked like she was maybe too far back to have any shot to win, but then she set sail around that final turn. Good life lesson there. Don't ever throw in the towel. Don't ever give up the fight. Race number 11 is on the way. Second division of the Jack Whiteside Memorial. Horsemen come to the track. Hocus Pocus and Focus, Amanda Chip, GJ Linda Grit, and Hope Forever.
Hey, David Brink, Steve Surratt back with you. David's back from across the track. He got to experience the camera over there. That's a pretty hefty job over there, isn't it, David?
That is a constant job over there. You're trying to follow, the action and hold everything steady and be tense and pan and tilt and zoom and all the things, and it's a big venture for sure.
Yeah, people don't realize that. Lisa, we got the easy part here. We get to sit here and talk, and we change some graphics around. Our biggest thing is, like I said, we lost internet, seemed like for a little bit. Sorry about that, but hey, out of our control.
Right.
Internet is not within our control of doing. And folks, you haven't had a hard time yet until you've driven to Calhoun County, Illinois, to Hardin to do a softball game, and realizing you think you have local internet through someone, and get there and realize there's a metal building between you and the signal. And you've driven an hour and 15 minutes one direction, and now you can't do the broadcast.
I'll tell you what, even here, when I was in the barn area Saturday with Dad and Doug and Troy, we could not get calls to go in or out. I lost my keys and was trying to call them and couldn't get my phone call to go out. But if I walked out to the track area, not a problem. Up here in the booth, I got service, no problem, or wasn't a problem. But you go down to the level, nothing. If I go down to ground level, it's like we're kind of
We're in a sweet spot here, just above that. We've got pretty good signal. We've been able
and breeze.
And I'll say this not to jinx us, but if that's the only glitch we've had the first 4 races and the only one we have all year, I'll be happy with that. Again, Rick and Sandy Prather over in Rushville, we wanted to do a shout out to them a couple of times here as they're watching Nick race over here. Been a good day for Nick.
Nick had a good day, yeah. That win with George Pollock's horse was kind of fun. I got to be over there and kind of witness George's excitement. He's, kind of battling some health issues. He's 80-some years old and was past Schuyler County Fair Board president, longtime horseman, good guy, great guy. And Nick's, had his horses for as long as I can remember.
Okay. As they give the call for the horses to get to the gate. Again, they've tried to keep things moving here as we get along to race 11 today. With what's
Horses
going
are on the
here.
track for race 11 of our 15-race card. The second division of the Big Ten 2-year-old filly trot. Second division of the Jack Whiteside Memorial. The time to beat, 2:14 and 2 in order to claim that blanket, as that was the winning time posted in race 10 by GJ's Sunday Star. No changes here in race 11. We'll meet the starters in just a moment.
Okay, David, we'll come back here and talk. Again, if people are interested out there, we said we were going to do some interviews, so I'm going to interview you first, okay?
Okay.
Okay. So you come from a long line of horse racers. People want to say, where did David Brink get all this knowledge?
Our thanks once again to our parade marshal, Cassidy Tarter of Canton, Illinois, recent graduate of the University of Illinois School of Veterinary Medicine at Champaign-Urbana. And there is Cassidy getting ready to guide our field to the post. And here are the starters for race number 11, the second division of the Illinois Big Ten 2-year-old filly trot. Number 1, Hocus Pocus and Focus, owned by Ron Phillips of Athens, Jamaica Patton of Rochester, Jamaica Patton, the trainer-driver. 2 is Amanda Chip, Owned and trained by Fabian Johnson of Jackson, Mississippi. Owned also by Edward Earl Thomas of Pulaski, Mississippi. The driver is Jordan Patton. Number 3, G.J. Linda Grit, owned by Larry Longnecker of Sumner. Darla Martin Lohman of Effingham, trained by Darla Lohman, and she is the driver. And number 4, Hope Forever, leased by Charles Hurst Jr. of Houston, Texas, trained by Roshan Trigg. The driver is J.D. Lewis. Headed to the gate for race 11. Horsemen stand by with race number 12. You're on deck. Dooleyville Lou, Tropical Durango, Hope Star, Gritty Sweater, TVS Cosmac, and Chip Off the Block. Stand by as you are up next. Right now, it's race 11 headed to the gate.
Okay, David, as we got a couple of minutes here before we get started, I've turned Kurt down for a second so he can't interrupt us. Tell us about your horse racing background.
Well, I was born in Quincy, and when I was 5 years old, my mom met Alan Bowen and moved out to Mount Sterling. And ever since then, I've been in the barn since I was, 6, 7 years old. I started out cleaning water buckets, and I wasn't even strong enough to carry them. I'd have to have Dad or Doug or somebody lift them out of the bucket and put them on the ground, and I would drag them outside and scrub them out and rinse them or whatnot and put them back, and they'd fill them up. And then you graduate to cleaning stalls and jogging horses, training horses, driving horses, owning horses. The years go by and it adds up, and now I'm actually on the board of directors for the Illinois Harness Horsemen's Association. So, the hats and doing the harness tube thing now. So the hats I've worn in this industry have changed a few times, but it's all fun.
So you've got horse racing in your blood.
Yeah, and that's the funny thing is, you look at the name Brink, and you'll see Brink in the program, and people always ask, am I related to Mike or Mike's son? And if you've ever seen Mike, and if you've ever seen me, I'm about a foot taller than he is, but come to find out, we actually are cousins. I think second cousins somehow. His dad and my grandfather were brothers, I believe, but they come from the Fowler area. I think they had 12 kids in their family. We had 10, so...
Yep. And your passion comes from... wanting a new generation to view YouTube. Tell us about that a little bit.
We have to bring the entertainment. I was just over in the grandstand shooting on the camera, and it was exciting. People were clapping and cheering for the Avenettis, and somebody made a break, you'd get some gasps. It was the excitement is out here, and I want to bring that to the public. Right now, if you want to watch a race online or something, you can watch the pari-mutuel tracks, but those are kind of steady shots, more focused on gambling. This is, county fair, babies, horsemen who kind of do it on the side of it after they have a regular job. It's what I grew up in. It's what I want to bring to the public and show them how cool, how exciting, how much fun we have.
Horses are getting to the gate as we're getting ready for race 11 here. Again, Hocus Pocus in focus. Amanda Chip and what is it? G.J.
Linda Grit,
and Hope Forever. And they're to the gate. Lisa's getting them to the gate as they get past some of the big equipment out there.
We've been very fortunate. That could have been a lot worse today.
Yeah, because and I want to thank the tractor pullers.
They were, this fair, everyone's cooperative. It's been great.
Well, and they've wanted horse racing back at this fair.
Exactly. When it's a priority, they will accommodate you, and that goes a long way.
There's a reason why they say how many horsepower are in those tractors.
Exactly. We were the original. We were the original. So.
All right, here they come, and we'll turn it back over to Kurt.
Evening at the Macoupin County Fair at Carlinville. We'll see if she can keep that string going or if somebody else will step forward and grab the win here in Race 11, second division of the Jack Whiteside Memorial, the Illinois Big Ten 2-year-old filly trot. Here they come. Problems for Amanda Chip. Amanda Chip is off stride. Amanda Chip off stride at the start. There goes Hocus Pocus and Focus out for the early lead, and she leads the field already by 3 lengths around the first turn. G.J. Linda Grit is in second position, then a gap of 4 more back to Hope Forever. The leader's off stride. Hocus Pocus and Focus, the filly we were talking about that had won the first 2 starts of her career, has broken stride. She's third. Amanda Chip has broken stride again. She's fourth. And Hocus Pocus and Focus finds herself 15 lengths off the lead as G.J. Linda Grit is your leader, past the quarter by a 4-length margin. Hope Forever goes second. 34 flat for the opening quarter, 34 seconds flat. So the tempo early on just a bit quicker than what we saw in the prior division in race 10. Here's Hocus Pocus and Focus now. Folks, she has settled down and hit her rhythm now. She is third. Now she's challenging for second, and she's up within 3 lengths of the lead, 2 lengths from the lead, 1 length from the lead. Now she's side by side with the leader. G.J. Linda Grit, though, turns back the challenge, at least for now, and still leads it. Opens back up here by a length and a half. 106 and 4 for the first half mile. 106 and 4. Jamaica Patton doing what is in the best interest of his horse. You notice, folks, he decided, look, this filly's made a big move just to make up all that ground to get back up to second. And you've got to respect what Jamaica did there by backing off the throttle and letting Hocus Pocus and Focus catch her breath as they go to the 3/4. He knows that is a young filly who's got a bright future ahead of her, and he is being conservative in his approach here and doing what is in the horse's best interest. 137 and 4 at the 3/4. 137 and 4. G.J. Linda Grit. Give that filly credit. She's trotting a good mile. But here comes Hocus Pocus and Focus now to try to put her to the test as they turn for home. G.J. Linda Grit to the inside. Hocus Pocus and Focus to the outside. G.J. Linda Grit is tough, is determined, and is the winner. G.J. Linda Grit just opened right back up and won it by 3.5 lengths on the line. A very confident drive by Darla Martin Lohman. G.J. Linda Grit, your winner. Hocus Focus and Pocus was second, and then it was a long way back to Hope Forever across the line in third. And finally, Amanda Chip will complete the field in fourth. 208 flat, and that will be more than enough to capture the Jack Whiteside Memorial Blanket 208 flat. Horsemen, you may come to the track with race 12, Dooleyville Lou, Tropical Durango, Hope Star Gritty Sweater, TVS Cosmac, and Chip Off the Block come to the track. We'll meet the winner of race 11 in just a moment. G.J. Linda Grit, the winner of race 11, is owned by Larry Longnecker of Sumner and Darla Martin Lohman of Effingham. Darla is also the trainer and the driver. Congratulations to Glenn Jess, who bred the winners of both divisions of this 2-year-old filly trot. And that is a fast mile for a 2-year-old filly in June. And folks, Darla really never asked this filly for a thing. Darla just kind of let her trot within herself and just let her glide on across the finish line for that victory in 2:08. This is a filly with a future. How about a hand for G.J. Linda Grit? 2-year-old daughter of Lindy's True Grit, this filly. And she captures her first career win and her second career start and will take the Jack Whiteside Memorial Blanket. Again, as we remember, longtime horseman here in Macon County, auctioneer, ringman, harness horse owner, trainer, driver, and a former superintendent of speed. In fact, Jack and his wife made their home, Jack and Shirley, right next door to the Macon County Fairgrounds. Now, folks, before Darla Lohman gets away, Darla, we apologize. You reached a big milestone at the end of 2021 at the Pana Tri-County Fair, and we totally missed it. You scored your 600th win, in 2021 with a win at the Pana Tri-County Fair. Better late than never. Congratulations, Darla Martin Lohman. I tell you, Darla's a native of Greenfield, Indiana, grew up in a racing family. She has raced at fairs and pari-mutuels all across the U.S. Congratulations. There's Larry Longnecker. Larry, congratulations to you, our winning co-owner. But Darla Martin Lohman, we looked back through the record books last night, and we realized we just flat missed it. At the Pana Tri-County Fair, it was the Big Ten Colt Stakes. There was a lot going on that day, and we went back and tabulated and realized Darla reached that 600-win milestone at Pana at the end of the summer in 2021, and we needed to get that onto the record. Congratulations, Darla. Judge, are we okay here with the finish? He says we are official, so here's the rundown for race 11. Hocus Pocus and Focus was the runner-up. Amanda Chip finished 4. G.J. Linda Grit was the winner, and Hope Forever was third. The quarter, 34 seconds. The half, 106 and 4. 3 quarters, 137 and 4. And the time for the mile, 2:08 flat. Last quarter in 30 and a fifth, and a last half in 1:01 and a fifth. Very impressive 2-year-old trotter, G.J. Linda Grit. From the top down, it reads 2:4.13. 12th race is coming up, the first division of the Big Ten 2-year-old colt and gelding trot. It is also the Bill Hanna Memorial. There are no changes here in race 12. You pick a winner, players. Let's bring you up to speed here on any remaining scratches on the card. If you're playing pick a winner, there's nothing more frustrating than to fill out the slip with the name of a horse you find out later has been scratched. So let's give you a heads up. If you don't already have it, please look ahead to race 13 and note that in race 13, number 2, Lotta Grit, is a scratch. That is race number 13, scratch number 2, Lotta Grit. Then in the 14th race, scratch the 5, Luling City. That's race 14, scratch number 5, Luling City.
Okay, David Brink, let's talk about what went on here as far as what happened on the racetrack.
That 11th race, we had Darla Martin Lohman and G.L. Linda Grit. That horse really was impressive. That last half, I think Kurt said, was in 1:01 and change. For a 2-year-old filly trotter, that is a fantastic last half. Darla did a great job waiting patiently, kind of just sizing up the competition, and when it was time to come, she put that trotter in gear, and that thing's going to come somewhere. I would watch that thing all summer long a little bit, because that back half is still in my mind.
Okay, and again, let's talk about it. Women
in the sport, is that your question?
Women in the sport.
Yeah, it doesn't seem common, but you'd be surprised how many there are, scattered through our history. One of the best drivers in the nation back in the 70s, 80s, early 90s maybe, was a lady from Michigan, I think. She raced on the Chicago circuit named Bea Farber, and she was nationally recognized. I mean, one of the top in the sport. And nowadays, what you're seeing more maybe is the women getting to the training side of it. You'll see a lot more women listed as trainers. Oftentimes, they're married to or dating a horseman, a driver, or a shoer, or something like that. Kind of gets them in the sport. But the nurturing aspect, you see a lot of women that take good care of horses, and ones that kind of need some help with legs or something. They'll kind of just be really careful with them and do a really great job. And Darla, she's been doing this for years. She's a veteran. She's great.
Yeah, I mean, 600 victories. I mean, to me, that's huge.
I think I owe Darla an apology from 12 years ago, driving at Jerseyville. She bared out in the third turn. I stuck my feet in there, and I probably deserve a little butt chewing for. So that's an apology going out to Darla Martin Lohman on that one. But no, 600 wins. That's a huge number for a driver like these fair circuit people. I mean, we don't have the opportunities to drive, 1,000 races and stuff. So a year, 600 is a big number. Huge
yeah, you look at it. If you did every county fair in Illinois, what is that? 30 dates, 30 some odd dates
and if you have 10,
year?
you're 300 opportunities a year. If you're a fair driver, it's just not there.
To get the 600 with the quality of horses that we have in Illinois, and to have that many driving opportunities to be able to do that, that is, that's like
and she does it the hard way. You know, she used to claim stuff at pari-mutuel tracks and do some of that pari-mutuel racing, but as long as I remember, she's been on the county fair circuit buying babies at the sale, you know, yearlings, developing them herself. Her and her brother David Martin was a great driver trainer back in the day. But they bring them up along, you know, the right way at the fairs, and they teach them to kind of go to do it the right way, and when they are ready to ask them for speed, they take them to the state fair to coin, kind of let them trot out or pace out, and they've had some luck over the years.
Well, one of the things I can say about horse racing, people talk about, you know, who's in the sport, women, people of color,
Yes.
whatever. One thing I've seen in a horse barn, everybody's welcome in the horse barn.
Oh, the community. That's what's so great about this sport is we're all doing the same thing. We all love it, the same amount. So whether you come from a fluent background or whether you have everything you have in this horse just trying to get to the fair, it doesn't matter. We all love it. We all love our horses. We're all trying to win. We're all happy for each other. And as the sport kind of shrunk, the people that stuck around really did begin to care about each other. And you know that's kind of the fun thing now. Everyone cheers, is happy for someone else to see them win. You know, not mad about it.
Well, it's kind of like, and I'm a pastor, that you see churches that have shrunk down to nothing and realize, hey, we have shrunk down to nothing. We have to get back
Yes.
to where we were. And
Yeah.
there are churches that ignore that and die
Yes.
or barely hang on. And there are churches say, hey, we don't want to go back to that ever again. And I think harness racing reached that point a few years back saying, we're losing older people that have been involved.
Yes.
And so we welcome anyone.
Absolutely.
As an
Anybody
owner,
who likes a horse, and with nowadays you can buy in at a fraction of an ownership. You know, so the money doesn't have to necessarily be a huge factor. You can get in pretty cheap, and the point of entry is just being easier now. Like fractional ownership, broadcasting on YouTube. I mean, it brings the racing to the people, and if they have any interest at all, they can get involved, and that's kind of the idea with what we're doing here.
Yeah, man. So you can help donate to keep us on the air by. And you see several of our donors there, but you can also go to at Harness Tube on Venmo, at Harness Tube, at PayPal. You can do it at Harness Tube, or send a check to David Brink at P.O. Box 63, Mount Sterling, Illinois 62353. We're trying to keep this free,
Yes,
and we're trying to
yes.
make sure that we're soluble, that we can. You know, sometimes invest in some people and invest in some time and some training because, as I've told David, Lisa and I, our availability is limited, but we don't want Harness Tube to be limited. And so we need people to invest in us by advertising, by donating, keeping this free, and keeping harness racing out there and bring new people.
And if you're a listener and you have any kind of broadcast interest and want to get involved, talk to me and I'll see if you can help out or just talk to you about it. I mean, this is something that I studied in college and is kind of a lost art, it seems like, with YouTube. But you know what? You can still broadcast. It's just a different way of going about it. And anyone's welcome to give me a shout. And we'll see if we can get them set up in their state or their area or whatnot. Here in Illinois, we want this to outlive us. We want to provide this service for the horsemen in perpetuity. I hope one day my sons, take this over or something, just so we can keep the horsemen, getting what they deserve.
And that's a great comment there. Hey, we'd love to hear from you. Where you are watching or listening from would be absolutely awesome. If you would go to harnesstube@gmail.com, that's harnesstube@gmail.com. Send David Brink an email. Say, hey, I'm watching from Alaska. I'm trying to get every state on this.
We've had Montana, Wisconsin, Tennessee, Mississippi.
And no, I'm not going to Alaska to do dog sled racing. Okay, I'm old. I hate the cold. Okay, all right. But we want to hear from where you're listening from, who you're rooting for, and, share a story or something with us.
Yeah.
We're just interested in hearing from people out there and making do. But we're getting ready for race 12. We'll be back. Go to the track announcer as the horses go to the gate.
Young horses, obviously, this whole thing is all new to them. The sights and the sounds of the fair and the starting gate and the folks in the stands. But somehow, this through tremendous horsemanship, Bill Hanna was probably as good as anybody at getting a horse, including a young horse, to the races. French Streak is probably the best example of that. That was a 2-year-old Illinois-bred trotter he raced in the late 1980s, and that horse rattled off something like 7 or 8 consecutive wins to start his career and set an early national seasons record that year for a 2-year-old trotting gelding at the summer preview at the Illinois State Fair at Springfield. So we remember Bill Hanna here today, one of the numerous horsemen that we've had a chance to reminisce about and reflect on their careers and the impact that they made on Illinois racing from their stables right here at the Macon County Fairgrounds. At the post, gate is rolling, top of the stretch. Here they come, race 12. And again, horsemen, be ready, please, with race 13. You're up next. Some problems behind the gate for TVS Cosmac, who got rough-gated and lost about 8 lengths or so, and Tropical Durango is off stride. The rest are off and trotting. There goes Hope's Star. Hope Star right out for the early lead. Chip off the block, comes away a close second. Matt Avenatti quickly drives down toward the lower lane into the first turn, and he recognized the fact that the leader, Hope Star, was on the verge of breaking stride. May not have gone into a full break, but did put in a few awkward steps, did Hope Star. So Matt Avenatti saw that one coming and steered Chip off the block quickly to the inside lane where there was plenty of open racetrack and went right to the lead. Chip off the block is the leader by 3 lengths going by the quarter. Hope Star is fine, trotting along now in the second position. Gap of 5 lengths, Gritty Sweater is third. Tropical Durango is off stride again. TVS Cosmac moves up fourth. 36 and 2 for the opening quarter. 36 and 2/5 seconds. Chip off the block is the leader by 5 lengths. Once again, Hope Star with some awkward movement on either turn. And again, that's to be expected with a 2-year-old getting used to the racing scene, learning how to navigate the turns. Straightaways usually aren't as big a problem, and that's why you see Hope Star now coming back fast on the straightaway here in the front stretch. Hope Star up within a length of leader, Chip off the block. Then a gap of 6 lengths back to Gritty Sweater third, TVS Cosmac fourth, Tropical Durango fifth, and Dooleyville Lou last of the 6. 1:10 and 2 for the first half mile. 1:10 and 2. Gritty Sweater just broke stride. Gritty Sweater made a break midway on that east turn. Here comes a challenge for the lead. Hope Star, J.D. Lewis moving up on the outside. Hope Star got around the east turn much better that time, and as a result got a good move up off the top of turn 2, and now is making a move up to challenge for the leader. Chip off the block, though, fights off the challenge of Hope Star and still leads it by just 1 length. 143 and 2 at the 3/4, 143 and 2, and folks, there it is again. Hope Star just still isn't real comfortable on the turns, and that means Chip off the block will open back up by 5 lengths as they turn for home. Here comes Gritty Sweater trying to move up along with TVS Cosmac to challenge Hope Star for runner-up, but well behind the leader, Chip off the block. Chip off the block wins it by 4 lengths for Matt Avenatti, his second win on the card. It was Hope Star second, TVS Cosmac was third, and then Gritty Sweater was across the line in fourth, Dooleyville Lou was fifth, and Tropical Durango was sixth. 2:14 and 1. The time for the mile, 2:14 and 1/5. We will meet the winner in just a moment. Number 6, Chip off the block. Horsemen come to the track with race 13.
Our race 12 pick a winner is Gene Pease. Gene, please put your hand in the air. We'll locate you and bring you your $5 bill. Congratulations, Gene. We see you there. Thank you.
And folks, how about a hand for the winner of race number 12, Chip Off the Block. Matt Avenatti, the owner, the trainer, the driver. He is from Chrisman, Illinois. His second win on the card as driver, first win on the card as trainer. And this trotter, a 2-year-old son of Deep Chip out of ABC Marla by ABC Garland, finished fourth, beaten 20 lengths at DuQuoin back on June the 3rd, but today comes home a winner. And that was a heads-up move. I think you can make the case Matt won that race in the very first turn because, again, he recognized the leader was getting rough-gated. Matt said, man, there's all kinds of room at the bottom of the racetrack. I'm going to that inside lane, and that was the winning move early on that paid off. Congratulations, Matt Avenatti. A heady drive, and it pays off with a victory. First division of the Bill Hanna Memorial is in the books. Judge, are we official? Yes, you are. Thank you, sir. Here is the full field rundown for race 12. Dooleyville Lou finished 5. Tropical Durango was 6. Hope's Star was the runner-up. Gritty Sweater finished 4. TVS Cosmac was 3rd. And Chip Off the Block was the winner. 36-2 at the quarter, 110-2 at the half, 3/4, 143-2, and the mile 214 and a fifth. It reads down 5.62, 4.31. And folks, as we go forward this summer, I'm going to be curious to watch the progress of the runner-up from that race, Hope Star. I'm not so sure that the problem in the turns wasn't the fact that that horse has a pretty high gear and just didn't know what to do with all that speed coming off the end of the straightaways, because it looked like J.D. Lewis had to be really careful and back off the throttle, so to speak, around the turns, and then back on the straightaway, it was hammered down. And if anybody can get that colt figured out, it'll be trainer Roshan Trigg. And once Hope Star figures out where to put all that speed, have a feeling he will be winning some races before the summer is over. Already has a win on the big 1-mile track at DuQuoin. So on the big turns at DuQuoin, he had no problem, just going to have to learn how to handle all that speed on the tighter turns of a half-mile track. Race 13 is on the way. Scratch the 2, Lot of Grit. Number 2, Lot of Grit, is scratched. We're waiting for Shady Maple Ace, Django, Devant Durango, and PG's Hash Brown.
Kurt, I'd like to take a second and share a few memories of Mr. Bill Hanna. Bill and the entire Hanna Ham family, they've done so much for this racing program here at the Macon County Fair. It's a very sentimental thing to talk about that, and we're thankful for all those memories. So would you ladies introduce yourselves and share a few of those memories with us?
I'm Brenda Hanna Booker. I'm Bill's daughter. I'm Diane Hanna. I am Bill's daughter-in-law. And, of course, she's married to Jim Hanna, who is our track maintenance. So it's just been kind of a generational thing. We grew up out there in the South Barn, full of horses. Dad would have loved this, and he'd been real proud.
Thank you for sharing those memories. This is sentimental for us. It's a happy day. It's a happy day we get together and talk about our favorite horses, our races, our traditions. So thank you for sharing that with us. And, thank you for all that Jim does and Nick does for us as well. They do a fantastic job. So.
And Evan, I can't help but wonder, one of the things that comes to my mind when I think of Bill Hanna, I remember the Decatur Herald and Review doing a feature on Bill, and I'm wondering if those ladies might remember back when Bill had a horse named Honest Pod. Yes, yeah, there's a thumbs up. And I think, wasn't that horse, I think the horse was named for a used car dealer here in the Decatur area who loved horse racing, and he called himself Honest Pod, P-O-D, and Bill Hanna had a horse named after that gentleman.
That's a little bit of the culture here in Decatur and Macon County. We personally knew Honest Pod as he came to our car auction every Wednesday, and he was a man who was known to have a rotary dial telephone with a cord that went to nowhere in his car. So he was quite a character, and a lot of memories of him, and what a perfect name for a horse. So.
Oh, those are some great memories. I remember as a kid seeing Honest Pod at the races, always a very dapper-looking gentleman. He would come out to the races very well-dressed and loved this sport. And it's, Evan, as you said, it's fun to share those memories and to reminisce. We've had the benefit, whether through harness racing or through the fair or just for a lot of you being residents and growing up here in Macon County, to meet folks who have left a lasting impression, and it's fun to think back and remember those times, no question about it.
Source for harness racing in the Midwest and beyond for over 40 years. With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading the way, Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information, schedules, and stats. Uncover remarkable stories about the people and horses at the core of harness racing. Midwest Harness Report reaches thousands of subscribers every month. For advertising and subscription inquiries, call 765-212-1320 or visit MidwestHarnessReport.com.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
At getting these horses to the track in such a timely and safe, efficient manner. And I think it reflects the way the horsemen feel about the Macon County Fair. We talked about the fact the Macon County Fair Board has done a great deal for harness racing, and the horsemen want to respond. So when the Fair Board says, look, we need your cooperation, we really need to have that infield opened up for the ITPA contestants, preferably if we can by 4 o'clock. The horsemen have said we're going to do everything we can to make that happen. So horsemen, we appreciate that. Here comes the field for race number 13. Let's meet the starters. Number 1 is Shady Maple Ace, owned and trained by Tanner Saltzgaver of Fisher, the driver Wyatt Abinetti. Number 2 is Scratch. Number 3 is Django, owned, trained, and driven by Jerry Mims of Vardaman, Mississippi. Number 4, Devont Durango, owned by the Flacco Family Farms of Alexis, co-owned by the trainer-driver Jill Brown of Charleston. And number 5, PG's Hash Brown, owned and trained by Derry Birch of Willow Hill. The driver is Harold Finn Jr. As they head to the starting gate, want to say thank you to the staff at Boggs Audio, providing the audio system once again this year at the Macon County Fair. Anything that we've asked for, whether it was here on Wednesday for the Downstate Classic or again today, their technician, their engineer, Miles, has been happy to help and does so with a smile. So, Miles, we do appreciate everything. Horses approaching the starting gate over on the backstretch, race 13. Talking about Bill Hanna earlier, of course, his brother Ray is still active in the sport of harness racing as a harness horse trainer. In fact, Ray had a filly that raced here on Wednesday in the Downstate Classic. Members of the Hanna family might correct me on this, but if I'm remembering correctly, it seems like that Ray and Bill chose their stable colors of red, white, and green. I'm tempted to say because of their family roots in Marion County. I'm wanting to say that they both might have gone to high school at Salem High School, and that red, white, and green being the school colors there had an influence on why the brothers Hanna chose that color pattern in each case for their stables. Right now at the post, gate is rolling, 13th race. Lined up top of the stretch. 2-year-old trotters in the Illinois Big Ten Colt Stakes. Here they come. Shady Maple Ace off stride. Shady Maple Ace made a break, dove to the left, dove to the right, and then dove back to the left again. Great job by Wyatt Avenatti to keep that trotter on his feet. Here they come. They are often trotting, and there goes Django out for the early lead. Devant Durango is out second. PG's Hash Brown third. And Shady Maple Ace, after a very eventful situation just prior to the start, is right there with the field as they move around the first turn. In fact, Wyatt Avenatti is going to let that trotter move up on the outside and start to make up some more ground as Shady Maple Ace will go to the third position. Headed toward the quarter-mile mark, Django is the leader. Django is on top and leads it by just a length at the quarter. Devant Durango is second by 3 lengths. Shady Maple Ace is third by 3, and PG's Hash Brown is fourth as they go on by the quarter and head toward the west end of the course. 36-3 was the time for the opening quarter, 36-3. Very similar tempo to what we saw early on in the prior division in race number 12. Django is the leader for Jerry Mims out of Vardaman, Mississippi. Leads it by 2 lengths as they come on down toward the halfway point. Devant Durango is racing in second. Shady Maple Ace is third, still 3 lengths from the lead, placed toward the outside, then a gap of just over 2 more lengths back. PG's Hash Brown is last of the 4. Halfway home here in this division of the Bill Hanna Memorial. 1:12-2 was the time for the first half mile, 1:12-2. Django is the leader by a neck. Here comes Shady Maple Ace. Problems for Devant Durango, who just broke stride, and also PG's Hash Brown, who just broke stride. And now Django has broken stride. Everybody just broke stride in the last 16th, with one exception. No surprise, the exception is your leader, Shady Maple Ace, who suddenly has a 15-length lead heading onto the final turn. Django trying to catch up. 1:46-3, the time at the 3/4, 1:46-3. Shady Maple Ace, an 1/8 of a mile to go, has the lead by a dozen lengths turning for home. Django second, another gap of 15 to 20 lengths back to the 2 trailers. How about this, folks? Shady Maple Ace made that break before the start. Looked like he was going to dive over to the infield. Wyatt Avenatti gathered him up and wins with him. 4 wins today for Wyatt Avenatti. Shady Maple Ace winning this race by a 17-length margin. It was Django second, a gap of 7 more lengths back to PG's Hash Brown in third, and 10 more back of that one to Devant Durango in fourth.
Midwest Harness Report has been a strong
2:19
advocate and comprehensive source for harness racing in the Midwest and beyond for over 40 years. With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading the way, Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information, schedules, and stats. Uncover remarkable stories about the people and horses at the core of harness racing. Midwest Harness Report reaches thousands of subscribers every month. For advertising and subscription inquiries, call 765-212-1320.
All right, ladies
or
and gentlemen,
visit
our latest nickel winner is Jim
MidwestHarnessReport.com.
Kralik. I apologize if I mispronounced your name there. Jim Kralik with a K. There is a hand in the air. He is the winner of our $5. Thank you.
The best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness
Folks,
racing's
it's
leading marketplace
sometimes
with
it
over
seems
13,000
contrary, but in
registered
racing there are
users
times
buying
you've
and
got to
selling
go
racehorses
slow
and
to go
bloodstock
fast.
through daily
And
online
what we
auctions.
mean by that is
Browse
when
listings
Wyatt
for free
Avenatti was
and buy
coming
your
down for
next
the start of
racehorse
this
at
race, he
OnGate.com.
knows he's driving a
OnGate,
young horse.
we've
He
changed
knows
the
he's
way the
driving a
business
horse
works.
making his first career start. And it seemed like Shady Maple Ace got a little flustered and a
Midwest
little
Harness
upset
Report
coming
has
down
been a
for the
strong
start.
advocate and
And he broke
comprehensive
stride,
source
and
for
it
harness
almost
racing
looked like
in
at
the
one point
Midwest
the
and
horse was on
beyond
the
for over
verge of
40 years.
falling to his left
With
into the
owner-editor
infield.
Tim Conkle
Wyatt
leading
never
the way,
panicked. He
Midwest
sat chilly
Harness
in the race
Report
bike.
brings you the
He let
latest
it all
news,
play out.
information,
He babied
schedules,
that horse
and
away
stats.
from the starting gate,
Uncover
gave him time
remarkable
to catch up
stories
to the field,
about the people
and ends up
and
coming
horses
home
at the
with
core
a
of
win.
harness racing.
Patience
Midwest
pays
Harness
off
Report
with a
reaches
victory.
thousands of
4
subscribers
wins
every
today
month.
for Wyatt
For
Avenatti. How about a
advertising
hand
and
for number 1,
subscription
Shady Maple
inquiries,
Ace?
call 765-212-1320.
Owner-trainer Tanner
Or
Salzgaber
visit
of Fisher.
MidwestHarnessReport.com.
Congratulations, Tanner. Very nice 2-year-old trotter who gets some much-needed experience on debut here today
Indispensable.
and overcomes adversity
Maximum
to
exposure,
win.
the best sales marketing
4
tools.
wins today. Nice
The
day's
easiest
work,
way to
Wyatt.
sell your horse for
Congratulations.
top dollar.
The winning
The wave
2-year-old
of
is
the
the gelded son of Waldorf Hall
Since holding their first
out
sale
of
20
ER
years
Starlight
ago,
by Elegant Man,
OnGate.com
bred
has
by
become
Alan
harness racing's
Byler.
leading marketplace, with over
Shady Maple
13,000
Ace,
registered users
winner
buying
on
and selling
debut,
racehorses
219
bloodstock
and
through
2.
daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed
And here
the
is
way
the full
business
field
works.
rundown for race number 13. From the top, Shady Maple Ace was the winner.
Midwest
a lot
Harness
of grit was
Report has
scratched.
been a strong
Django was the
advocate and
runner-up.
comprehensive
Devon
source for
Durango
harness
finished
racing
4.
in the
BG's
Midwest
Hash
and
Brown
beyond
was
for
3rd.
over 40 years.
The quarter, 36
With owner-editor
and
Tim
3.
Conkle
The
leading the
half,
way,
112
Midwest Harness
and
Report
2/5.
brings you the latest
3 quarters,
news,
146
information,
and
schedules,
3.
and stats.
And the time for the mile,
Uncover
219
remarkable stories
and 2
about the
fifths.
people
Reach down,
and
one
horses
scratch.
at the core
2,
of harness racing.
4, 3.
Midwest
the
Harness
14th
Report
race is on
reaches
the way. It is the
thousands of
Larry Barnett
subscribers
Memorial, the
every
Big
month.
Ten Stakes for
For
3-year-old trotting
advertising and
fillies. A
subscription
reminder,
inquiries,
scratch the 5,
call
Luling City. Scratch the 5,
765-212-1320.
Luling City. Horsemen come to the track. Race 14.
Or visit MidwestHarnessReport.com.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Midwest Harness Report has been a strong advocate and comprehensive source for harness racing in the Midwest and beyond for over 40 years. With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading the way, Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information, schedules, and stats. Uncover remarkable stories about the people and horses at the core of harness racing. Midwest Harness Report reaches thousands of subscribers every month. For advertising and subscription inquiries, call 765-212-1320 or visit MidwestHarnessReport.com.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing.
Sorry, folks, for the interruption here as we've having camera problems. The end of that race, race 13, went like this. Horse number 1, Shady Maple Ace, the winner. 2, Scratch. 3, Django, second place. The 4 horse finished 4th, and the 5th horse, PJ's Hash Brown, finished 3rd. That's what it looked like. And here I'm getting a call on that, so we'll take a break.
to the Macon County Fair. Horses are on the track for race 14, the Illinois Big Ten Colt Stakes 3-year-old filly trot, the Larry Barnett Memorial. Scratch the 5, Luling City, number 5, is scratched. A reminder, the driver of the 1, Luz Rona, that is Darla Martin Lohman, who drives number 1. Here comes the post parade now, trailing our Marshal Cassidy Tarter for race 14 of our 15 race card. Number 1, Luz Rona, owned by the Flacco Family Farms of Alexis. Dr. Stephen Rennard of Hamilton, trained by Jill Brown. Darla Martin Lohman in the bike. Number 2, Luz Lexi Lou, owned by the Flacco Family Farms, owned also by trainer Roshan Trigg of Brandon, Mississippi. The driver, J.D. Lewis. Number 3, Jamocha Shake, owned by David W. Williams of Byron, Mississippi, trained by Jamaica Patton, and Jamaica is in the bike. Number 4 is Cat Dimmick, owned by the Flacco Family Farms of Alexis of Dr. Richard and Arlene Flacco and Rick and Tabby Flacco, and co-owned by the trainer-driver Jill Brown of Charleston. Headed to the gate, race 14. Today's 14th race, named in memory of Larry Barnett, who was always a popular figure on the Illinois racing scene. He actually, full-time in his career, was a pharmacist, and he was on the staff at one time or another at Decatur Memorial, at St. Mary's. He would often fill in when needed, even when he had retired. He would slip down to Pana and to Shelby County when they needed help down there. He was a former president, if memory serves, of the Illinois Hospital Pharmacists Association. And in his spare time, he loved to train and race standardbreds. We talked about patience. We talked about how we've seen patience pay off at various times here today. Well, Larry Barnett was very patient with a horse, and a great example of that, a number of you might remember the homebred trotter that he raced in the 1980s named Mr. Ben B. It was a horse he had bred in partnership with his father, and Larry was so patient with the way he would develop and bring on a horse to the races, and that horse, Mr. Ben B, was a good example of how putting the proper foundation under a horse can give a horse a long and healthy career at the races. That trotter raced through age 13 and recorded 200 career starts and a lot of wins along the way. So we remember Larry Barnett here in race number 14, the Illinois Big Ten Colt Stakes, 3-year-old filly trot. At the post, and the gate is rolling. I'm wanting to say Larry Barnett was a big fan of the St. Louis Cardinals and of the University of Missouri. It seems like if you talk to Larry, if you were a fan of the Cardinals or a fan of the Mizzou Tigers, you were on safe footing. But we were just talking in the judges' stand. Larry was always in a good mood. He was always an upbeat person, had a very positive attitude, trained right here at the Macon County Fairgrounds. We remember Larry Barnett. Here they come with race 14. They are off and trotting. There goes Luz Rona. Luz Rona grabs the racetrack from that inside starting spot immediately. Opens up by 3 lengths by the time they get midway on that first turn. Now leads it by 4. Luz Rona just rolling on as they head onto the backstretch toward the quarter-mile mark with that race lead. Luz Lexi Lou, second by a length. Jamocha Shake is third, and then a gap of 5 more lengths back to Kat Dimmick, who is fourth for the move up the backstretch. Luz Rona is the leader. Luz Rona, a 3-time winner last season, looking for her first win of 2023, and so far so good, leading it by a length and a half. That lead has shrunk as they move by the quarter-mile mark. 32 and 2 was the time. 32 and 2/5 seconds for that opening quarter. Luz Lexi Lou is racing in second by 2 lengths. Jamocha Shake is third, and then a gap of 6 more lengths back to Kat Dimmick in fourth after 3/8 of a mile. Moving through the stretch, coming to the halfway point in the Larry Barnett Memorial, the Big Ten Colt Stakes 3-year-old filly trot. It is Luz Rona who shows the way. Luz Rona leads it by just 1 length. Luz Lexi Lou second a length. Jamocha Shake third a length. Kat Dimmick is fourth and last, but right there with the others. 103 and 2 was the time for the first half mile. 103 and 2. Onto the backstretch they go. Luz Rona continues to show the way. Luz Rona on top by just 1 length. And Luz Lexi Lou is still shadowing her every move in that second position. Gap of 3 more lengths. Jamocha Shake is racing in third. Then a gap of 3 more back of that one. Kat Dimmick is fourth. A quarter mile to go. Luz Rona to catch, and she leads it by a length. 135 flat at the 3/4. Here comes Luz Lexi Lou. Luz Rona leads it. Luz Lexi Lou moves up. Jamocha Shake just broke stride. Kat Dimmick is third, but 8 lengths from the front pair. And Luz Lexi Lou just races on up and takes the lead. Luz Rona is second, trying to fight back, but Luz Lexi Lou has the lead. It's out to a length. It's out to 2. It's out to 3. It is Luz Lexi Lou to win it for J.D. Lewis in the blue, white, and gold colors, winning it by 3.5 lengths. Luz Lexi Lou, number 2, your winner. It was Luz Rona, home second. It was Kat Dimmick in third, and Jamocha Shake was fourth. 2:05 and 1. The time for the 1 mile distance, 2:05 and 1/5 of a second. Luz Lexi Lou winning the Larry Barnett Memorial.
And for our next pick-a-winner, Mr. Randy Kennedy, you the winner of a $5 bill. Randy, put your hand up, and we'll bring you your cash here shortly. Congratulations.
And returning in front of the stands, here is the winner of race 14, taking the Illinois Big Ten Colt Stakes 3-year-old filly trot and winning the Larry Barnett Memorial Blanket. How about a hand for number 2, Luz Lexi Lou? Congratulations to Roshan Trigg. He's the co-owner and he's the trainer. He comes to us from Brandon, Mississippi. And this trotting filly owned also by the Flacco Family Farms Limited Liability Corporation of Alexis, Illinois. Dr. Richard and Arlene Flacco and Rick and Tabby Flacco, who bred this 3-year-old filly, who's by Lou's Legacy. Out of Starlicks by Giant Triumph. J.D. Lewis with the winning drive here as Luz Lexi Lou wins for the 5th time in her career and for the 2nd time this year. In fact, she has now strung together 2 in a row after a win on Tuesday night at the Macon County Fair in Carlinville. So Luz Lexi Lou emerging as a trotting filly who could be a big factor as we continue to work our way through the summer campaign. Congratulations, Roshan Trigg, J.D. Lewis, and the Flacco family. Here is the full field rundown for race number 14. From the top, Lou's Rona was the runner-up. Lou's Lexi Lou was the winner. Jamocha Shake finished 4. Cat Dimick finished 3. Luling City was scratched. They got the quarter in 32 and 2/5 of a second. They got the half in 103 and 2. 3/4 in 135, and the mile 205 and 1. Reads down 214, 3 scratch. Race 15, the Rick Walker Memorial coming up. We remember Ricky Walker with the Illinois Big Ten 3-year-old colt and gelding trot. There are no changes to report at this time for race 15. Horsemen come to the track. And horsemen, once again, we salute the job you have done today. Our goal, we had talked to some of the ITPA competitors who will be here tonight, and we just kind of took a straw poll and said, you tell us, what's the ideal circumstance? How soon would you like to be able to gain access to the infield to start setting up your pit area tonight? And most of the competitors said, look, if we can get out there by 4 p.m., we'll be happy. Well, our final race is about to come onto the track, and it is 2:40 p.m. So, horsemen, you have done a tremendous job. Thank you, one and all, and I know the ITPA appreciates that too. Horsemen, also, if you would be so kind at the end of the day, return your head number or saddle pads back to the stable area. It's been a while since we've had head numbers, hasn't it? Old habits die hard. Used to it was return your head numbers and saddle pads. Now it's just saddle pads. But again, if you could return them to the area right below the racing office over there in the middle of the far turn, we would appreciate it. It's been great to have you with us. You, the race fans, it's been terrific to have you in the stands. I know the horsemen tell us all the time how much they appreciate it when they look up in the stands and there are men and women and children up there cheering them on and encouraging them. We've talked about this, folks. We talked about it on Wednesday at the down.
David, let's talk for a moment while Kurt's doing his things here, because we want to tidy things up for the day for everyone. Don't forget to like or subscribe or follow.
Right.
YouTube, it's really simple. There's a subscribe. Subscribe that, folks. Push that button. What you'll get notified when we are broadcasting. That's a huge thing.
It's huge.
So if you don't have a YouTube account and you're just meandering out there, sign up for a YouTube account.
I think you can go through Google. If you have a Google account,
yes,
it should work. So
yep, it should
if you
work.
have a Gmail or whoever else they bought, I don't know.
Yep, absolutely. And get that set up. Subscribe, because the more subscribers we get, the more things we get from YouTube as far as help benefit to us. Sorry, we'll apologize for technical difficulties, but as I told David when we started this, we have no control over electronics.
No,
human beings, yes.
You know, Wednesday I had 5 bars and I was running my computer off my phone and everything was hunky-dory. Today, it's in and out, and if you move 2 inches and it seems like something happened. So we'll do the best with what we have, and hopefully we can get you guys as many races as possible.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we can do. We have the audio up for you. We don't know if you're buffering at home based on it. We've got, our signal has went down a lot here. We have half of what we had as far as kilobytes of power here as far as sending that out. And we're traffic on there too, and there's traffic out there. We run into this in football. Everybody gets on their phones, and boy, that pipe gets really small.
I would guess that the midway's pretty full, and that's bogging us down a little bit too over there. I saw some rides going when I was shooting with the camera, so I think they kind of got things going over there on the backside.
Yeah, we want to. I'm going to go ahead. We're going to thank our donors out there for donating to keep YouTube free. You know, if you want to help us out by being a donor, we can't do this. We can only do so much with the resources
fun, but there
we
are
have.
Costs, yes.
Yeah. But you can make a donation. Go to Venmo and make it at Harness Tube, or PayPal at Harness Tube, or send a check to P.O. Box 63, Mount Sterling, Illinois 62353. We're on board. We're working. I'm going to say our working number we could do as many as 19 dates, but we're looking as many as 21 dates right now, and we're not even finished with fair season.
Right.
And folks, kudos to you. We've had like over 1,000 views on every video that we have. And that's huge, folks.
Away.
So if all 1,000 people would subscribe, we'd have 1,000 subscribers. So we'd love for you to do that. Or you can advertise with us. That's one of the things you can do. as far as the advertising is concerned. And we're going to do our house cleaning because it's been a long day. Normally we do this after race 15, but we'll take you to the winner's circle, and then we're probably going to do a quick recap and get out of Decatur.
Yeah.
Schedule coming up. Right now, Cambridge is tentative. It's not confirmed.
Yes, yep.
Not confirmed. We have a couple of days before that are not confirmed. Not tentative. They're not even tentative yet. And then Martinsville on the 26th. So those are the things coming up. We'll be glad to get the 29th, Rushville, close to home for us, 20-minute drive. Although that may be a unique setup too, David.
That has its own problems for sure. But it's a fun fair. It's close to us. We like racing there. But yeah, that new grandstand isn't. It's going to be. There's going to be some hurdles for us to figure out.
Yeah, I don't know where the announcers go, whether they go in the infield or not.
There's an infield judges stand like this. It kind of has a below a first level, second level. So
yeah,
I haven't been in there though.
I don't know. We don't know where we get the sound from or anything there. As we try to figure out what we're doing, each place for us is very, very unique. In other words, we've been 3 different cities, and we've had 3 different setups in those cities.
Yeah, and we've had the same sound guy, or same sound crew for all 3.
Yeah.
When we get to Charleston, I think they have a fair board member who has some sound equipment and sets it up for them. So just even speaking different languages sometimes is going to be, learning curves.
Absolutely. So you can see the schedule that we have out there for the harness tube. Yeah. And then subscribe. Subscribe, follow us, like us, whether it's YouTube, whether it's Facebook. You can find out what's going on. David does a really good job on the Facebook side of letting people know what's going on. And we thank him for having this vision and doing good. Now, here's my big question for the day. Why is there a blanket given to the worst winning time of the day?
Worst? It should be the fastest.
Well, I thought that it was like there was something given.
It might have been a different division. What you might have been looking at. So what happens is that the 2-year-old trot, for instance, there would be a blanket for the fillies and a blanket for the colts. So if there's 2 divisions of fillies, 3 divisions of fillies, the fastest one gets the blanket. If there's 2 divisions of colts, the fastest one gets the blanket. You might have saw a filly race go slower, get a blanket than the colts.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That's
little things like that.
I was confused for a minute because I'm seeing this time up here like low 2s.
Right.
And then somebody saying a blanket for like a 2:18.
Well, back when I was a kid, it was different. We raced heats, and what that means is you'd go out there and you'd race a race, and you'd come back about an hour or so later, and you'd take the same horses again to the car. And the way you finished the first race was the way you lined up on the gate for the second race. And if a different horse won, they might have a race off the third time. So, all these kind of things kind of come into play, and the old way of doing things kind of has some lingo that we have to learn, but yeah, I'll explain it to you as we go along.
All right. Well, we're happy about today. We're getting ready to do race 15 for you, and we're excited about that. So with that, they're calling them to the gate. David, any thoughts that you want to throw out here on this race?
No, just one last shout out. I got when my phone was down.
Okay.
Lacey Finn, she said, "Thank you so much. You guys are doing an amazing job, and so thankful I can watch from Blue Waters Float Spa in Effingham, Illinois, while she works." Lacey just got married to her husband, Jared. They come from a horse family too down in Newton area, so we're really thankful they're watching. Thanks, guys, and her dad Larry I think won a race at GJ's Linda Grid, I believe. So, thanks for watching, guys.
Yeah, we appreciate that and appreciate it. And like I said, there's going to be glitches, and that's just something I've learned to live with in 5 years of doing this YouTube thing. It's electronics. And you know what? And airwaves. There's a lot of things that
everything's
mess with the
airwaves now, and that adds a whole
And
layer.
the government made millions of dollars selling those airwaves.
It was funny, wasn't it?
They made enough probably to collapse the national debt, but I don't think any of that money made it to that.
Oh.
But yeah, I used to work in the cellular industry, and cell companies paid billions of dollars for
signal
air, for a wave in the air.
For one layer of the air to throw your stuff through.
Not one time, but about 6 times. There were 6 different bandwidths out there for that to happen with. So if you're looking about wasting government, it's kind of like I'll open a can of worms, the lottery. And where that money went to is supposed to go for education. So, yeah, Yeah, can you imagine if we actually did with the funds what we said we were going to do with the funds, or actually did something constructive?
Right. You know, everyone campaigns and they have such great intentions to do so many things, and it seems like it's hard to get those things done when you get your hands on the purse strings.
Yep. And so with that, we're getting close to gate time here. And just a wonderful day. Folks, if you didn't make it or are not going to make it to the Macon County Fair today, you missed a great day.
We had 2 great days. This fair's had fantastic weather.
Now, I'm going to give a free plug here.
Please.
Last night we were at Peoria for
Okay.
a Peoria Chiefs ball game. Great seats, great people there. They run a great ballpark. They have lots of things for families to do there. They even have bounce houses in the outfield for kids to kind of go to. But at the end of the contest last night, there was fireworks. Now, it was about 15 minutes, but guess what? It was fireworks after the ball game.
Yeah.
Exciting thing. And weather just like today. I mean, by last night, in fact, it was a little cool when we got finished.
It's okay. I'll bring a jacket.
So, you know, if you live in Illinois, just thank God today for the weather that we have, because it's Illinois. It'll change tomorrow. So the horses are turning around and getting ready. Again, send David a message. You know, we'll take some critiquing. There's some things that we can't change, but there are some things that we take a look at. If you've looked at our broadcast since we started, we've taken things away. We've added some things. We've changed up things. And that all came from feedback from people.
And this is all for you. Everything we do is trying to give the horsemen what they want. So any feedback, criticisms, bring it. We love it. I want to make this thing as good as we can.
Okay, let's take it back to Kurt Becker and the
10 Colt Stakes action coming up later this summer and even later this month. Our friends at the Jasper County Fair at Newton, another longtime member of the Big Ten circuit, they will host racing coming up here later in June. So be sure to take in all of the Big Ten Colt Stakes action. And we always have fun watching the horses off the Big Ten circuit go on to compete at Springfield and DuQuoin on the big 1 mile tracks as we move into the month of August. At the post, gates rolling. Ain't No Mojo, number 1, a direct descendant of former Macon County Fair 2-year-old filly trot track record holder Never Still, who won the Illinois Stallion Stakes here back in 1981. That is his great-grandmother. Ain't No Mojo comes back to a track where great-grandma had some history. Here they come, race 15. Off and trotting in the finale, Smoking on Pizzazz goes out for the early lead. Ain't No Mojo there to the inside, and Luz Diablo comes away in third up on the outside. YF Peanut gets away racing in the 4th position, and then Jammin' High is 5th, and Luz Interceptor last of the 6th. They all straighten out single file. They all remain on the trot, racing around the first turn onto the back stretch. Smoking on Pizzazz, the leader by 2 lengths. Ain't No Mojo is 2nd, gap of 3 lengths. Luz Diablo is 3rd by a length. YF Peanut is racing in 4th. And then Jammin' High is 5th, and Luz Interceptor is last of the 6th. Still single file formation, racing by the quarter. 33 and 3/5 seconds the time. 33 and 3/5 seconds the time for the opening quarter. After 3/8 of a mile, still no change for position. Smoking on Pizzazz is still the leader and still leads it by a length, but Ain't No Mojo is right there, a close second, and now starts to take a peek toward the outside. Here comes YF Peanut in the outside lane, moving up to take 3rd from Luz Diablo, and now here comes Ain't No Mojo. Ain't No Mojo goes stride for stride with Smoking on Pizzazz heading back to the east end of the course. 106 and 4 for the first half mile. 106 and 4 here in the Ricky Walker Memorial after 3/8 of a mile, or 5/8 of a mile, I should say. It is Smoking on Pizzazz and Ain't No Mojo, and they still go at it. Now, Ain't No Mojo was not able to clear with the lead. Smoking on Pizzazz has been a stubborn foe to the inside and still has the lead. Now here comes Ain't No Mojo again, chasing after the leader and pokes ahead in front as they race on by the 3/4 mile mark. YF Peanut is moving up 3rd and now into 2nd. 137 and 4 at the 3/4, 137 and 4. Ain't No Mojo the leader. YF Peanut to 2nd. Jammin' High goes to 3rd position as they turn for home. Smoking on Pizzazz has dropped back. Ain't No Mojo has the lead by a length. YF Peanut trying to catch him. It is Ain't No Mojo, a short lead. Ain't No Mojo, yes! 5 wins today for Wyatt Avenatti, as Ain't No Mojo won it by almost a full length on the line. YF Peanut was across the line in second, and then it was Jammin' High in third. Smokin' on Pizzazz was fourth. Luz Interceptor fifth, and after breaking stride in the stretch, Luz Diablo was sixth. 207 and 3/5. 207 and 3, the winner of the Ricky Walker Memorial in race number 15, taking the 3-year-old colt and gelding trot in the Big Ten Colt Stakes. Ain't No Mojo remains unbeaten for the year. He is now 4 for 4 and has success at the Macon County Fair, where his third dam, his great-grandma, never still broke the 2-year-old filly track record back in 1981, over 40 years ago, and that racehorse family still racing and winning races here at Decatur.
Our final pickle winner of the day is Max Wilson. Congratulations, Max, grandson of Bob Wickline and a donor to the fair for the races this year. Thank you for your donation, and congratulations.
Well, David, we'll close some things out here while they're
leading
doing
all drivers with 5 wins on the day. How about a hand for Wyatt Avenatti with Ain't No Mojo?
Yeah, great day. That
Huge
kind
day
of
for
tops
Wyatt,
it off.
yeah.
I mean, we had a
And, of course, trainer Kevin Miller teamed up with Wyatt to win earlier today back in race 8 with Midnight Chrome. Kevin Miller, the trainer. Congratulations to owners Keith and Kevin Miller of Arthur, Glenn Otto of Arthur, Bert Hawksprung of Elburn, bred by the Watson stable of Fairfield, Ain't No Mojo. So congratulations to Brenda Watson and her family, the winning breeders. Good to have Brenda from the Illinois Harness Horsemen's Association with us here today. The Ricky Walker Memorial Blanket has just been presented down trackside. And we remember Rick with this 15th and final race here today. It's been great to have everybody with us, our various dignitaries. Earlier today, we had Morgan Binder, our Fair Queen, out here. Great to see everyone. Wonderful to have the family representatives here from the various memorial races as well. And we remember Ricky Walker of Decatur with that win by Ain't No Mojo, a 3-year-old gelded son of Lou's Legacy out of Mojo Mary by Vaporize. Judge, are we official? Thank you, Randy Callahan. Here's the full field rundown. Ain't No Mojo, the winner. Smokin' on Pizzazz finished 4. Jammin' High was 3rd. Luz Interceptor finished 5. YF Peanut was the runner-up. Luz Diablo 6. They got the quarter 33 and 3/5 seconds. The half 106 and 2. 3 quarters 137 and 4/5. And the time for the mile 207 and 3. Just shy of 3 p.m. Horseman, you did it. And you did it in style, finishing an hour ahead of schedule. And
Racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Midwest Harness Report has been a strong advocate and comprehensive source for harness racing in the Midwest and beyond for over 40 years. With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading the way, Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information, schedules, and stats. Uncover remarkable stories about the people and horses at the core of harness racing. Midwest Harness Report reaches thousands of subscribers every month. For advertising and subscription inquiries, call 765-212-1320 or visit MidwestHarnessReport.com.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Midwest Harness